Welcome, gentle soul, to the shadowed halls where ancient evil dwells and time moves like honey through winter valleys. Tonight we descend into the complete chronicle of Muzan Kibutsuji, the progenitor of demons whose thousand-year reign of terror began with a single breath of mortality and ended with the dawn of redemption. This is the story of a man who sought perfection through corruption, who traded humanity for immortality, yet found only endless hunger and fear. So settle beneath your covers like moonlight settling on still water, and let the rhythm of your breathing carry you through the labyrinthine tale of the Demon King, where every shadow holds memory and every memory holds pain. In the ancient mists of the Heian era, when cherry blossoms fell like tears from heaven and the imperial court glittered with silk and ceremony, there came into this world a child whose very existence defied the natural order of life and death. Muzan Kibutsuji entered mortality through struggle, his tiny heart stopping and starting in his mother's womb, like a candle flame flickering in mountain wind, each cessation of rhythm bringing him closer to the threshold that separated the living from the eternal void that claimed so many before their first breath could fog the air. The birth chamber where he emerged, filled with the kind of silence that makes even the bravest midwives whisper prayers to ancestors whose names had been worn smooth by generations of repetition, their weathered hands trembling as they lifted what appeared to be a perfectly formed infant, whose stillness spoke of journeys already taken to realms where warmth and breath held no meaning. His skin, pale as winter moonlight on freshly fallen snow, bore none of the flush that announced successful transition from the safety of the womb to the dangerous beauty of mortal existence. The absence of heartbeat that should have drummed its steady message of life created a vacuum of expectation that drew worried family members closer to the birthing mat, where their newest member lay motionless, his tiny chest refusing to rise and fall, with the automatic rhythm that marked the beginning of individual existence separate from maternal protection. The midwives, experienced in the countless ways that life could fail to take hold despite months of careful nurturing within the body that had sustained him through the dark months of formation, began the gentle preparations for ceremonies that honored brief visitors who returned to spirit realms before experiencing the joys and sorrows of human incarnation. His mother, weakened by labor that had lasted through 2 cycles of darkness and dawn, gazed upon the still form of her son with eyes that held the particular grief of women who had carried life only to have it slip away like water through cupped hands, her tears falling onto cheeks that bore no warmth to transform them into steam that might carry prayers upward toward whatever divine forces governed such mysteries. The family patriarch, whose own father had lost 3 sons to the cruel mathematics that claimed so many children before they could walk or speak their first words, stood in the doorway between hope and acceptance, while servants prepared the small funeral pyre that would return this brief visitor to the elements from which all life emerged and to which all life must eventually return. The ritual cremation that should have provided dignified conclusion to this tragedy began with the traditional prayers and offerings that had comforted countless families whose dreams had been interrupted by death's arbitrary selections. Yet as the flames began their gentle work of transformation, something unprecedented occurred that would alter not only this single moment, but the entire trajectory of human history. The cry that emerged from what all present had accepted as a tiny corpse shocked the assembled mourners into the kind of paralyzed amazement that comes when natural law reveals exceptions that challenge everything previously understood about the boundaries between possible and impossible. The infant whose silence had seemed as final as winter frost suddenly announced his presence with wails that carried the particular intensity of newborns who had fought harder than most to claim their place among the living. his limbs moving with the uncoordinated energy that marked successful completion of the journey from womb to world, despite obstacles that should have made such transition impossible. The midwives who had begun cleaning their instruments and preparing to comfort grieving parents found themselves rushing back to duties they had assumed were no longer necessary, their experienced hands checking for signs of life that had been absent moments before, yet now pulsed with unmistakable vitality. The miracle that had snatched Muzan from death's threshold came with costs that would not reveal themselves until years later, when the pattern of his survival would prove to be temporary victory rather than permanent triumph over the mortality that had marked him from his first breath. The struggle that had characterized his emergence into life became the defining feature of his early years, as illness followed illness in succession that tested both his endurance and his family's resources, while creating psychological foundations that would shape his adult character in ways that no one present could have imagined during those first moments of impossible resurrection. The childhood that followed this dramatic beginning unfolded like a series of battles between life and death, with Muzan's small body serving as disputed territory, where competing forces waged campaigns that left him weakened and vulnerable, yet somehow never completely defeated. The physicians who attended him during these recurring crises spoke in whispers about constitutions that seemed designed for early graves, their learned diagnoses providing little comfort to parents who watched their sons struggle through ailments that claimed other children with terrifying efficiency, while somehow sparing him through mechanisms that medical knowledge could not explain or predict. Each fever that racked his small frame brought family members to his bedside with the resigned familiarity of those who had grown accustomed to keeping vigil between hope and despair, their prayers mixing with herbal remedies and conventional treatments in desperate attempts to tip the balance toward recovery rather than surrender. The servants who maintained the household learned to move quietly through corridors where their young master fought battles that no child should have been forced to wage, their daily routines adapted to accommodate the needs of someone whose survival required constant attention and careful management of resources that other families could devote to normal childhood activities. The social isolation that accompanied his physical frailty created psychological wounds that complemented the bodily suffering that marked his days and haunted his nights, as other children learned to maintain distance from playmate, whose condition reminded them of vulnerabilities they preferred not to acknowledge in themselves or their own families. The loneliness that resulted from this necessary but painful exclusion shaped his understanding of human relationships in ways that emphasized survival over connection, self-preservation over empathy, and individual need over collective welfare. The prognosis that emerged from consultations with the most learned physicians available to his family carried the weight of accumulated medical wisdom that had observed countless similar cases without discovering reliable methods for altering outcomes that seemed predetermined by constitutional factors beyond human ability to modify or overcome. The careful words in which doctors delivered their assessment could not soften the brutal mathematics that suggested his 20th birthday represented optimistic projection rather than reasonable expectation based on observable patterns of decline that characterized his particular combination. Symptoms. The knowledge that time was limited created urgency that transformed every day into precious opportunity that might not be repeated. Every breath into conscious act of defiance against forces that seemed determined to reclaim what they had briefly lost when his infant cry had interrupted funeral preparations. His family's approach to his care reflected this awareness through attention to immediate comfort rather than long-term planning, creating atmosphere where present moment held greater significance than future possibilities that might never arrive to fulfill promises made during periods of temporary improvement. The medicines that filled his daily routine represented desperate attempts to apply human knowledge against supernatural forces that seemed to operate according to rules that conventional understanding could not penetrate or predict, their bitter tastes and unpleasant effects serving as constant reminders that survival required accepting discomfort in exchange for additional time among the living. The herbs and compounds that physicians prescribed changed with each new crisis, yet the underlying pattern remained constant as treatments provided temporary relief without addressing fundamental weaknesses that made his body unsuitable for the kind of robust existence that others took for granted. The psychological impact of living under constant threat of imminent death created mental framework that emphasized immediate gratification over delayed satisfaction, personal survival over social responsibility, and individual desire over collective welfare in ways that would later enable decisions that healthy individuals raised under normal circumstances would find impossible to contemplate or execute. The fear that accompanied each new symptom, each sign of declining strength, each indication that his condition was worsening rather than improving, built layers of anxiety and desperation that normal childhood development could never accommodate or integrate successfully. His family's increasing desperation as conventional treatments failed to provide lasting improvement led them toward more experimental approaches that carried greater risks but offered possibilities that traditional medicine had declared impossible, setting the stage for encounters with practitioners whose methods operated beyond established boundaries of accepted medical practice. The decision to seek help from sources that conventional physicians would have dismissed as dangerous quackery reflected growing acceptance that normal approaches were inadequate for addressing conditions that fell outside typical patterns of illness and recovery. The winter morning when everything changed began like countless others that had preceded it, with careful assessment of symptoms and gentle attempts to encourage consumption of nourishment that his weakened digestive system might accept without immediate rejection. Yet the visitor who arrived before dawn carried possibilities that no previous consultation had offered. The doctor whose reputation preceded him spoke of treatments that addressed fundamental causes rather than surface symptoms, claiming access to knowledge that could transform constitutional weakness into strength through methods that combined ancient wisdom with contemporary understanding of how human bodies could be modified to overcome natural limitations. The hope that accompanied this new possibility carried risks that desperate families often failed to consider adequately when faced with alternatives that offered survival versus certain death, the promise of cure versus acceptance of inevitable loss, the chance for normal life versus dignified preparation for early departure from existence that had never provided opportunities for full development or complete experience. The medicine that this mysterious physician offered contained ingredients that he claimed could rebuild failing systems from their foundations, creating new forms of vitality that would surpass anything normal human constitution could achieve through conventional means. The blue spider lily that formed the crucial component of this experimental treatment grew in locations and bloomed during periods that made collection extremely difficult, its rarity reflecting potency that common herbs could never match, while its mysterious properties offered possibilities that standard medical knowledge had never contemplated or investigated. The preparation that incorporated this precious ingredient required processes that combined scientific precision with intuitive understanding of forces that operated beyond purely physical mechanisms, creating compound whose effects would extend far beyond anything its creator or recipient could have anticipated or controlled. The doctor who arrived at the Kibutsuji estate carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone who had witnessed transformations that ordinary physicians dismissed as impossible, his weathered hands moving with practiced precision as he examined the frail young man whose reputation for defying death had spread through whispered conversations among medical practitioners who specialized in cases that conventional wisdom had declared hopeless. The leather satchel that accompanied him contained instruments and compounds that reflected knowledge accumulated through decades of experimentation with substances that operated beyond established boundaries of therapeutic practice, their origins tracing back to traditions that predated written records, yet continued to influence contemporary understanding of how human bodies could be modified to overcome natural limitations. The examination that he conducted revealed constitutional weaknesses that confirmed what previous consultations had established about Muzan's condition, yet his approach to these findings differed fundamentally from resignation that had characterized earlier medical opinions. His questions, focusing on possibilities rather than limitations, while his careful observations sought evidence of potential that others had overlooked or dismissed as irrelevant to practical treatment considerations. His gentle manipulation of pulse points and pressure centers demonstrated familiarity with systems that Western-influenced medicine had not yet integrated into standard diagnostic procedures, creating assessment that addressed energy flows and subtle harmonies that contributed to overall vitality in ways that symptom-focused approaches could not adequately measure or evaluate. The consultation that followed this thorough physical examination took place in the quiet privacy of the family's inner chambers, where delicate matters could be discussed without fear of servants overhearing information that might create household anxiety or unwanted attention from neighbors whose curiosity about the Kibutsuji family's medical situation had already generated more speculation than parents preferred to encourage. The doctor's explanation of potential treatment options began with careful acknowledgement of previous efforts and their limitations, his respectful assessment of conventional approaches, creating foundation of trust that enabled more detailed discussion of alternatives that operated according to principles that most physicians would have considered too experimental for practical application. The medicine that he proposed represented synthesis of knowledge that had been gathered from sources spanning continents and centuries, its formulation combining ingredients whose individual properties had been documented through careful observation, while their synergistic effects remained largely theoretical until tested under controlled conditions that could monitor both benefits and potential complications that might emerge during treatment process. The primary component that distinguished this experimental compound from anything previously offered came from botanical source, whose rarity reflected not only geographic limitations, but temporal restrictions that made collection extremely challenging, even for practitioners who possess detailed knowledge of optimal harvesting conditions and locations. The blue spider lily, that formed the essential foundation of this revolutionary treatment, grew in mountain regions where climate and soil conditions created microenvironments that supported flora whose chemical compositions differed significantly from related species found in more accessible locations. Its delicate petals containing compounds that could influence human physiology in ways that conventional medicine had never documented or investigated through systematic study. The flower's blooming cycle followed patterns that made successful collection dependent on timing that required advanced planning and considerable travel to regions where weather conditions could change rapidly enough to make entire expeditions unsuccessful despite months of careful preparation and significant financial investment. The harvesting process that enabled transformation of raw botanical material into therapeutic compound required knowledge that had been preserved through oral traditions, whose accuracy could only be verified through practical application under conditions where failure might result in permanent loss of irreplaceable materials. whose replacement would require waiting full seasonal cycles for opportunities that might not present themselves again for years or decades. The preparation methods that converted collected specimens into medicine suitable for human consumption involved processes that combined scientific precision with intuitive understanding of chemical interactions that formal education had collectors not yet categorized or explained through theoretical frameworks that could guide systematic replication of successful results. The doctor's explanation of how this extraordinary medicine would address Muzan's constitutional weaknesses began with description of mechanisms that operated at cellular levels where conventional treatments had proven inadequate for creating lasting improvements in overall vitality and resistance to recurring illnesses that had characterized his medical history since early childhood. The compound's effects would extend beyond symptom management toward fundamental reconstruction of biological systems that had failed to develop properly during normal growth processes, creating new patterns of physiological function that could sustain robust health despite genetic predispositions that had previously made such outcomes impossible to achieve through standard therapeutic approaches. The timeline that accompanied this treatment protocol indicated that beneficial effects might not become apparent immediately, as cellular reconstruction required time for new patterns to establish themselves while older. Ineffective systems were gradually replaced by enhanced capabilities that could provide sustained improvement rather than temporary relief that characterized most conventional interventions. The patient's experience during initial phases of treatment might include symptoms that seem to indicate worsening condition, as his body's attempts to integrate new biological programming could create temporary disruption of established patterns that had maintained minimal function despite their obvious inadequacy for supporting normal health and development. The warning that accompanied these optimistic projections addressed potential complications that could arise during treatment process, though the doctor's experience with similar cases suggested that adverse effects were typically temporary manifestations of systemic changes that would resolve naturally once adjustment period had concluded successfully. The careful monitoring that would be required throughout initial treatment phases would enable early detection of problems that might require modification of dosages or administration schedules, ensuring that therapeutic benefits could be achieved without creating unnecessary risks or complications that might compromise overall treatment objectives or patient safety. The cost associated with this experimental treatment reflected not only rarity of primary ingredient, but complexity of preparation processes and expertise required for proper administration, creating financial burden that would strain family resources, yet seemed modest compared to potential benefits that successful intervention could provide for someone whose alternative prospects remained limited to managing decline toward inevitable early death. The investment that this treatment represented extended beyond immediate monetary considerations toward commitment to approach that challenged conventional medical wisdom while offering possibilities that standard practice had declared impossible to achieve through any available means. The decision to proceed with this revolutionary treatment reflected family consensus that emerged from careful consideration of alternatives that conventional medicine could offer versus potential benefits that experimental approach might provide, despite uncertainties that surrounded any intervention that operated beyond established boundaries of proven therapeutic practice. The desperation that had grown through years of watching gradual decline despite best efforts of skilled physicians created psychological environment where risks associated with unproven treatments seemed acceptable compared to certainty of continued deterioration that characterized all conventional options that remained available for consideration. The preparation phase that preceded actual administration of the medicine required several weeks of careful adjustment to dietary and lifestyle factors that could influence treatment effectiveness, creating optimal internal environment for absorption and utilization of compounds whose potency might be compromised by interference from substances or activities that conflicted with therapeutic mechanisms that remained incompletely understood even by practitioners with extensive experience in their application. The gradual elimination of potential interference from daily routine created baseline condition that would enable accurate assessment of treatment effects while minimizing variables that might complicate evaluation of progress or identification of problems that required immediate attention or intervention. The first administration of the blue spider lily compound took place during early morning hours, when household activity remained minimal and atmospheric conditions provided optimal environment for careful observation of initial responses that might indicate either successful integration or adverse reactions that would require immediate modification of treatment protocols. The liquid preparation that contained concentrated essence of this extraordinary botanical specimen carried bitter taste that reflected potency of active ingredients, its dark color and unusual texture, creating sensory experience that seemed appropriate for medicine, whose effects would extend far beyond anything conventional treatments had previously achieved. The initial hours following consumption of this experimental compound proceeded according to expectations that had been established through doctors' previous experience with similar interventions, as patients' vital signs remained stable, while subtle changes in circulation and respiratory patterns suggested that active ingredients were beginning to influence physiological processes that had been targeted for enhancement and repère. The careful documentation of observable changes created record that would enable systematic evaluation of treatment progress, while providing foundation for adjustments that might become necessary as therapy continued through phases that would determine ultimate success or failure of this unprecedented intervention. The first indication that something extraordinary was occurring came through gradual warming sensation that began in central core of Muzan's body and slowly radiated outward toward extremities that had remained consistently cold, despite attempts to improve circulation through conventional means. The spreading heat, suggesting that compounds were successfully reaching tissues that had been inadequately nourished by circulatory systems that had never functioned at optimal levels throughout his entire life. The energy that accompanied this warming process created feelings of vitality that he had never experienced before, as cellular renewal began replacing patterns of weakness and vulnerability with enhanced capabilities that seemed to address fundamental problems that had made normal health impossible to achieve or maintain. The improvement that characterized the first several days following initial treatment exceeded optimistic projections that had been established based on previous cases, as symptoms that had persisted through years of conventional therapy began resolving at rates that suggested profound changes were occurring, at levels that standard diagnostic methods could not adequately measure or evaluate. The increased appetite that accompanied these improvements enabled better nutrition absorption, creating positive feedback cycle, where enhanced eating capacity supported cellular reconstruction, while improved cellular function increased ability to extract maximum benefit from nutritional resources that had previously been inadequately utilized due to digestive limitations. The strength that returned to muscles that had been weakened by chronic illness surprised everyone involved in monitoring treatment progress, as physical capabilities that had been absent since early childhood began manifesting through improved coordination, enhanced endurance, and resistance to fatigue that had previously made even minimal activity exhausting enough to require extended recovery periods. The psychological benefits that accompanied these physical improvements created emotional transformation that replaced despair and resignation with optimism and anticipation for future possibilities that had seemed permanently beyond reach. Despite family hopes and medical efforts, the second week of treatment brought changes that began to concern both patient and family members who had been monitoring progress with increasing excitement about outcomes that exceeded their most optimistic expectations. As improvements that had initially seemed miraculous began accelerating in ways that suggested processes were continuing beyond intended therapeutic goals toward modifications that had not been anticipated or discussed during initial consultations. The sensations that accompanied these unexpected developments included internal changes that felt simultaneously energizing and disturbing, as enhanced vitality came with alterations in appetite and sensory perception that created unfamiliar relationship with his own body and its needs. The appetite changes that emerged during this phase of treatment involved not only increased desire for food, but modifications in preferences that led toward consumption patterns that differed significantly from previous dietary habits, creating cravings for substances that had never held appeal, while reducing interest in foods that had been enjoyed throughout childhood, despite digestive limitations that had often made eating uncomfortable or problematic. The enhanced senses that accompanied these dietary changes enabled detection of aromas and flavors that had been previously unnoticeable, creating rich sensory experience that made eating more pleasurable, yet somehow less satisfying than it had been when simple nourishment had been primary objective. The third week brought developments that transformed celebration into concern, as changes that had initially seemed beneficial began manifesting characteristics that challenged assumptions about successful treatment outcomes and raised questions about whether intervention was proceeding according to intended parameters or evolving into something that exceeded original therapeutic objectives. The strength that had replaced weakness began feeling excessive in ways that made normal activities seem effortless, while creating desire for physical challenges that had never interested him during years when simple survival had required all available energy and attention. The night that marked transition from hope to horror began with symptoms that seemed initially to represent temporary setback in recovery process, as fever and digestive distress suggested that his body might be rejecting compounds that had previously been well tolerated and apparently beneficial for overall health improvement. The severity that characterized these symptoms exceeded anything experienced during previous phases of treatment, creating immediate concern that complications had emerged that might require emergency intervention to prevent permanent damage or life-threatening consequences that could reverse all progress that had been achieved through weeks of careful monitoring and gradual improvement. The doctor who had administered the experimental treatment was summoned during early evening hours when symptoms had intensified beyond levels that family members felt capable of managing through supportive measures that had proven adequate for addressing minor complications during earlier phases of therapy. His rapid response suggesting that such developments were not entirely unexpected, despite optimistic projections that had been provided during initial consultations. His examination of the deteriorating patient revealed changes that confirmed his suspicions about progression that had exceeded normal parameters for this type of intervention, creating a situation that required immediate decision about whether to continue treatment or attempt reversal of processes that had already progressed beyond stages where simple discontinuation would be sufficient to restore previous condition. The rage that consumed Muzan as symptoms worsened throughout the night, built from physical discomfort that had become unbearable toward fury that targeted the doctor, whose experimental medicine seemed to be causing suffering that exceeded anything experienced during worst periods of his chronic illness, creating emotional state where rational consideration of treatment complexities gave way to primitive need to eliminate source of pain regardless of potential consequences for his own welfare or future treatment options. The strength that had been developing throughout previous weeks suddenly became available for violent expression, his enhanced physical capabilities enabling actions that would have been impossible during periods when weakness had made even basic movement challenging or exhausting. The attack that followed occurred with speed and violence that surprised everyone present, as Muzan's transformation from grateful patient to dangerous predator happened too quickly for intervention by family members or servants who had not anticipated that treatment side effects might include behavioral changes that posed immediate threat to medical practitioner whose dedication had seemed to offer hope for recovery that conventional approaches had been unable to provide. The doctor's death occurred before explanations could be offered about complications that he might have been able to address through modifications to treatment protocol or additional interventions that could have resolved adverse effects without terminating therapy that had shown such promising initial results. The immediate aftermath of this violent outburst created chaos that prevented rational assessment of what had occurred or systematic evaluation of treatment effects that might have explained behavioral changes that had transformed desperate patient into killer, whose actions contradicted everything known about his previous character and moral framework, his family's shock and horror, making organized response impossible while creating atmosphere where fear replaced hope as primary emotional context for understanding what experimental medicine had accomplished. The blood that stained his hands and clothing provided visceral evidence that something fundamental had changed within him, yet the full scope of transformation would not become apparent until additional symptoms manifested over hours and days that followed this tragic conclusion to treatment that had begun with such optimistic expectations. The realization that began dawning during quiet hours after household had been secured and immediate crisis management had been completed suggested that doctor's death might not represent treatment failure, but rather premature interruption of process that had been proceeding towards successful completion despite temporary complications that seemed to indicate dangerous adverse effects. The vitality that he felt coursing through his body had not diminished following violent episode, but seemed enhanced by experience, creating disturbing awareness that actions which should have left him exhausted and remorseful had instead provided energy and satisfaction that conflicted with moral framework that had governed behavior throughout his previous existence. The hunger that emerged during following days differed qualitatively from appetite changes that had characterized earlier phases of treatment, involving cravings that could not be satisfied through normal food consumption despite access to finest cuisine that family resources could provide, creating internal drive that seemed to demand satisfaction through means that conscious mind rejected yet body insisted were necessary for continued health and development. The attempts to satisfy these mysterious cravings through conventional dietary approaches proved futile, as enhanced taste perception made ordinary food seem bland and uninteresting, while internal demands grew stronger, despite increased consumption of meals that had previously provided adequate nutrition and satisfaction. The first taste of human flesh came through accident rather than conscious decision, as minor injury during food preparation brought blood contact with enhanced senses that had been modified through treatment process, creating immediate recognition that craving which had been tormenting him for days could be satisfied through consumption that had never been considered possible or desirable during normal human existence. The satisfaction that accompanied this discovery was accompanied by horror at recognition of what his body now required for optimal function. Yet biological imperative proved stronger than moral objection. As transformation continued toward conclusion that experimental medicine had initiated, but doctor's premature death had left incomplete. The sunlight sensitivity that manifested during first attempts to venture outdoors following treatment completion created final confirmation that experimental intervention had succeeded beyond original objectives while creating complications that had not been anticipated or discussed during initial consultations. His enhanced body proving capable of extraordinary function during nighttime hours while becoming vulnerable to daylight exposure that had never presented problems throughout previous existence. The burning sensation that accompanied even brief exposure to direct sunlight suggested that cellular modifications had created trade-offs between enhanced capabilities and new limitations that would require significant lifestyle adjustments to accommodate successfully. The realization that medicine had worked exactly as promised, while creating side effects that exceeded worst possible scenarios, generated complex emotional response, where gratitude for survival mixed with horror at cost that successful treatment had imposed on his humanity and relationship with family members who could no longer provide company or support without risking their own safety. The perfect health that he had finally achieved came with appetite that made normal human relationships impossible, while enhanced strength and modified physiology created capabilities that transcended human limitations, yet required isolation from everyone he had previously loved and depended upon for emotional connection and social meaning. The regret that consumed him during first weeks of adjustment to transformed existence focused primarily on timing of Doctor's death rather than moral implications of what experimental treatment had enabled him to become, as growing understanding of his new nature revealed that interrupted therapy had left him incomplete rather than fully realized, creating permanent limitations that might have been avoided if treatment had been allowed to proceed according to original protocols, until natural conclusion had been reached through proper medical supervision and systematic monitoring of developmental progress toward intended therapeutic objectives. The 1,000 years that stretched before Muzan like an endless winter night began with the obsession that would define every moment of his immortal existence, as the realization that his transformation remained incomplete due to the doctor's premature death created psychological wound that no amount of time or experience could heal or diminish. The blue spider lily that had formed the crucial component of his original treatment became the singular focus of determination that transcended normal human capacity for sustained effort. Its image burned into his consciousness with clarity that made every other consideration seem trivial by comparison to the urgent necessity of locating this botanical key to perfection that had been denied him through circumstances beyond his control. The search that began in the mountains surrounding his family estate expanded systematically outward through concentric circles of investigation that would eventually encompass every region of Japan where climate and geological conditions might support the growth of flora, whose requirements remained mysterious despite his growing expertise in botanical matters that had been acquired through desperate necessity rather than academic interest. The methodical approach that characterized his early efforts reflected understanding that random searching would prove inadequate for locating specimen whose rarity suggested highly specific environmental needs that could only be identified through systematic elimination of unsuitable territories and careful analysis of conditions where similar species had been documented by travelers and scholars whose observations might provide clues about optimal growing locations. The isolation that his transformed nature imposed upon him made solitary travel not only preferable but essential, as prolonged contact with human populations created risks that extended beyond simple exposure of his supernatural capabilities toward darker temptations that emerged whenever enhanced senses detected the particular blood sense that his modified physiology recognized as optimal nourishment for maintaining peak physical condition. The night travel that became his standard practice enabled coverage of vast distances while avoiding complications that daylight exposure would create, his enhanced speed and endurance making cross-country movement feasible despite terrain difficulties that would have challenged normal human travelers equipped with conventional transportation methods and support systems. The documentation that he maintained throughout these early years of searching reflected compulsive attention to detail that ensured no potential location would be overlooked or inadequately investigated. His careful records, enabling systematic revisiting of promising sites during different seasonal periods, when flowering cycles might produce results that had been absent during previous examinations. The frustration that accompanied each failed investigation built gradually through months and years of effort that produced botanical knowledge without yielding the specific specimen that remained essential for completing transformation, that Doctor's death had left unfinished, creating internal tension between growing expertise and continuing failure to achieve primary objective. The first demons that he created emerged from desperate experiment rather than systematic planning, as encounters with dying humans whose circumstances made them receptive to offers of continued existence, provided opportunities to test whether transformation capabilities that had been imposed upon him through medical intervention might be transferred to others who could then serve as unwitting assistants in search efforts that had proven too vast for individual prosecution despite supernatural advantages that enhanced his personal capabilities. The blood sharing that enabled these transformations required careful calibration to produce servants rather than competitors, as excessive amounts could create demons whose power might challenge his authority, while insufficient quantities resulted in creatures too weak to provide meaningful assistance in tasks that required both intelligence and physical capabilities exceeding normal human limitations. The early failures that characterized his initial attempts at demon creation provided education in mechanisms that governed transformation process, as subjects who received improper dosages either died immediately from cellular shock or developed into creatures whose instability made them unsuitable for extended missions that required sustained focus and reliable performance over periods measured in months rather than days. The refinement of techniques that emerged from these experimental disasters eventually enabled production of demons whose capabilities matched requirements for specific assignments while maintaining psychological dependence that prevented rebellion or independent action that might conflict with his overriding objectives. The network of supernatural servants that gradually expanded throughout Japan during his first century of searching represented unprecedented achievement in organizational development, as demons positioned in strategic locations could monitor vast territories for botanical specimens, while maintaining normal appearances that enabled integration into human communities where they could gather information through social interaction and commercial activities. The communication systems that connected these scattered operatives relied upon supernatural senses that enabled long-distance coordination without physical travel that would have made centralized management impossible, given geographic scope of search operations that spanned mountain ranges, coastal regions, and inland valleys where climate variations created microenvironments that might support unique flora. The systematic approach that evolved through decades of refinement divided Japanese territory into zones that could be thoroughly investigated through coordinated efforts that eliminated duplication while ensuring comprehensive coverage of areas where blue spider lily might grow according to environmental parameters that had been deduced from analysis of conditions surrounding original specimen that doctor had somehow obtained for medical compound. The seasonal timing that governed these investigations required precise coordination between demons whose territories might be separated by hundreds of miles, as flowering periods that lasted only days demanded simultaneous monitoring across multiple regions to prevent missing opportunities that might not recur for years or decades. The agricultural knowledge that he accumulated through centuries of botanical investigation exceeded expertise of professional scholars whose academic study lacked motivation that drove his practical research. His understanding of soil chemistry, drainage patterns, altitude effects, and seasonal variations, enabling identification of locations where rare plants might flourish, despite absence of documented evidence that such species had ever been observed in those particular environments. The libraries and archives that he consulted during periods when direct field research proved unproductive contained historical records and traveler accounts that sometimes included descriptions of unusual flowers whose characteristics suggested possible connection to specimen that remained essential for his completion. These literary investigations, supplementing fieldwork, while providing leads that justified expanding search parameters beyond regions where initial logic had suggested concentration of efforts. The frustration that built through decades of unsuccessful searching began affecting psychological stability that had been maintained through confidence that systematic effort would eventually produce desired results, as growing familiarity with Japanese flora made it increasingly difficult to maintain optimism about discovering specimen that might not exist in locations accessible through normal travel and investigation. The possibility that blue spider lily grew in regions beyond Japanese borders forced consideration of expansion that would require establishing networks in foreign territories where different languages, customs, and political structures would complicate operations that had already challenged organizational capabilities developed through domestic experience. The political changes that occurred throughout centuries of searching created both opportunities and obstacles for investigative efforts that required adaptation to evolving social structures while maintaining operational security that protected supernatural servants from detection by authorities, whose response to evidence of demonic presence could threaten entire network that had been developed through decades of careful planning and resource investment. The warfare periods that periodically disrupted normal travel and commerce sometimes provided cover for activities that might otherwise attract unwanted attention, while peaceful eras enabled more systematic investigation, but required greater caution about maintaining normal appearances that would not generate suspicion among populations whose curiosity about strangers had been heightened by social stability that made unusual behavior more noticeable than during times of general chaos and uncertainty. The refinement of demon creation techniques that occurred throughout first several centuries of searching reflected growing understanding of transformation mechanisms, while serving practical need for operatives whose capabilities could be optimized for specific assignments that required particular combinations of intelligence, physical prowess, and specialized knowledge that would enable effective prosecution of increasingly complex search strategies. The lower demons that formed bulk of his surveillance network possessed enhanced senses and communication abilities that made them ideal for monitoring large territories, while more powerful servants received assignments requiring independent judgment and problem-solving capabilities that could address unexpected situations without requiring constant supervision from central authority. The territorial divisions that organized search efforts evolved into an administrative system that enabled efficient coordination of resources while preventing conflicts between demons whose competitive instincts might otherwise interfere, with collaborative objectives that required subordination of individual desires to collective goals defined by his overriding obsession with locating botanical specimen that had assumed mythical significance through centuries of frustrated seeking. The hierarchy that emerged from these practical necessities established patterns of command and control that would later influence development of formal demon organizations whose structure reflected lessons learned through extensive experience with managing supernatural servants whose loyalty required careful balance between rewards and threats. The seasonal patterns that governed blue spider lily growth cycles remained mysterious, despite centuries of observation and analysis that had documented flowering behavior of thousands of related species, his accumulated expertise enabling precise prediction of when and where most mountain flowers would bloom, while the specific specimen that he sought continued to elude detection despite investigations that had covered every region where climate and topography seemed suitable for supporting rare botanical life. The possibility that flowering occurred during daylight hours when his supernatural nature prevented direct observation began emerging as potential explanation for continued failure after decades of night searches had proven systematically unproductive. The irony that began dawning through accumulation of negative evidence suggested that very transformation that had granted him immortal life and supernatural capabilities might have created limitations that made achievement of his primary objective impossible through direct personal effort, as daylight sensitivity that accompanied demonic nature could prevent observation of specimen that might be readily visible to human investigators who lacked enhanced senses but possessed ability to conduct searches during hours when rare flowers might display blooming behavior. The recognition that his greatest strength might constitute insurmountable obstacle to achieving desired perfection created psychological crisis that challenged fundamental assumptions about transformation benefits versus costs that had been accepted without adequate consideration during initial ajustement période. The adaptation of search strategies that emerged from recognition of potential daylight limitations required development of human agents whose loyalty could be secured through methods that did not involve demonic transformation, creating operational complexity that demanded different approaches to personnel management, while introducing security risks that supernatural servants had not presented due to physical modifications that ensured permanent dependence on his continued protection and support. The cultivation of human allies required understanding of normal psychology and social motivation that had become increasingly foreign to consciousness, that had been shaped by centuries of supernatural existence, forcing redevelopment of interpersonal skills that had atrophied through prolonged isolation from human society. The financial resources required for supporting expanded search operations that included both demonic and human operatives necessitated development of economic activities that could generate substantial income without attracting attention from authorities whose investigation of unusual wealth concentration might expose supernatural elements of organization that had been carefully concealed through decades of careful operational security. The commercial enterprises that he established throughout Japan provided legitimate cover for travel and communication, while generating funds needed for supporting personnel, whose loyalty required ongoing compensation rather than simple threats that had proven adequate for controlling demons whose transformation created permanent dependence. The decades that passed without progress toward primary objective began generating psychological changes that affected not only his personal, emotional state, but relationships with subordinates whose continued failure to produce desired results created atmosphere of constant disappointment and barely restrained violence that threatened organizational stability through fear levels that exceeded optimal motivation parameters. The perfectionism that had initially driven systematic search efforts began manifesting as impossible standards that no servant could satisfy, leading to execution of operatives whose failures might have been addressed through reassignment or additional training rather than permanent termination, that reduced available personnel while failing to improve overall performance levels. The scientific approach that he began adopting during later centuries of searching reflected growing sophistication about botanical research methods that could supplement traditional observation techniques with systematic analysis of commoner environmental factors that might influence rare plant distribution patterns across geographic regions whose complexity exceeded capacity for complete manual investigation. The experimental cultivation attempts that occupied some of his attention during periods when field searches proved unproductive sought to recreate conditions where blue spider lily might grow under controlled circumstances that would enable detailed study of flowering behavior while providing reliable source of specimen that could be harvested according to optimal timing rather than depending on chance discovery of wild growth. The libraries that he assembled throughout various safe houses contained botanical texts from multiple countries whose flora documentation might include references to species related to blue spider lily, his linguistic studies enabling research in Chinese, Korean, and eventually European sources whose scientific classification systems might provide insights unavailable through purely Japanese investigation. The correspondence that he maintained with scholars and plant collectors throughout Asia created information network that supplemented direct observation while providing access to specimens and seeds that might enable cultivation. Experiments using materials whose genetic relationship to target species remained uncertain but offered possibilities for advancing understanding through comparative analysis. The maps that documented his search efforts grew increasingly detailed through centuries of systematic investigation, their annotations recording not only locations where blue spider lily had been sought unsuccessfully, but environmental conditions that might influence future search strategies, while providing foundation for theoretical models that could predict optimal growing sites based on accumulated data about successful cultivation of related species. The seasonal charts that accompanied these geographic records tracked flowering times for hundreds of mountain plants, whose blooming patterns might provide insights into timing that could guide future observation efforts while enabling more efficient allocation of limited resources across territories whose vast scope continued to challenge even supernatural investigation capabilities. The 500-year mark of his searching efforts brought psychological crisis that threatened fundamental assumptions about eventual success, while forcing recognition that traditional approaches might prove inadequate despite their systematic application and continuous refinement through practical experience and scientific advancement. The possibility that blue spider lily might not grow within Japanese territory required consideration of expansion that would multiply operational complexity, while introducing cultural and linguistic barriers that could compromise effectiveness of investigation techniques that had been developed through domestic experience with familiar social and environmental conditions. The demons whose creation had been motivated by search requirements began developing independent interests and territorial ambitions that sometimes conflicted with primary objectives, while creating management challenges that required increasing attention to organizational politics rather than botanical investigation. Their enhanced capabilities enabling activities that served personal desires rather than collective goals defined by his overriding obsession with achieving perfect transformation. The disciplinary measures that became necessary for maintaining operational focus reduced available personnel, while creating an atmosphere of fear that discouraged initiative and creative problem-solving that might have produced breakthrough discoveries through unconventional approaches to persistent challenges. The realization that began emerging through accumulated experience suggested that perfect solution to his daylight limitation might not exist through simple location of botanical specimen, as growing understanding of transformation mechanisms indicated that original treatment had been interrupted at crucial point where additional medical intervention might have been necessary for achieving complete conversion to supernatural, state that eliminated weaknesses while preserving all mind, enhanced capabilities that demonic nature had provided, the acceptance that his search might represent impossible quest rather than challenging but achievable objective, created existential crisis that challenged fundamental purpose, that had sustained him through centuries of effort while providing meaning that transcended simple survival instincts. The adaptation that emerged from this recognition involved expansion of objectives beyond simple location of blue spider lily toward broader investigation of transformation mechanisms that might enable achievement of desired perfection through alternative methods that did not depend on specific botanical specimens whose availability remained uncertain despite exhaustive searching efforts. The study of demon physiology and blood composition that became secondary focus of investigation sought to understand cellular modifications that had occurred through original treatment, while identifying potential pathways for further enhancement that might address remaining limitations without requiring external materials whose acquisition had proven systematically impossible despite supernatural advantages and unlimited time for prosecution of search efforts. The 1,000-year milestone that marked completion of first millennium of searching brought recognition that systematic investigation of all potentially suitable territories within Japan had been accomplished without producing desired results, while establishing network of supernatural servants whose capabilities exceeded original requirements for botanical search assistance, creating organizational resource that might be redirected toward alternative objectives that could advance overall goals of achieving perfect supernatural existence through methods that did not depend on locating specific rare flowers, whose growing requirements remained mysterious despite centuries of dedicated study and practical experimentation with related species. The early decades of Muzan's transformed existence brought with them a desperate hunger for human connection that warred against the supernatural nature that made such relationships increasingly dangerous for anyone who dared to come close to the creature he had become. Yet his psychological need for normalcy and social validation drove him toward attempts at maintaining the facade of human life despite the growing impossibility of sustaining genuine intimacy with beings whose blood called to him more strongly than their conversation or companionship. The masquerade that he constructed around his new identity required careful management of appearances that could convince potential partners of his humanity, while concealing capabilities and appetites that would have sent any rational the person fleeing in terror had they been revealed during courtship, periods that necessarily remained brief to prevent discovery of his true nature. The first marriage that he attempted represented his most sincere effort at reclaiming human normalcy, as the decades immediately following his transformation had not yet completely eroded his capacity for emotional attachment or his desire to experience the kind of loving partnership that his previous life had always promised, but never delivered due to the chronic illnesses that had made long-term planning impossible. The young woman who became his first wife possessed gentle beauty and patient nature that seemed ideally suited for marriage, to someone whose unusual habits and nocturnal preferences required accommodation and understanding that more conventional suitors might not have been willing to provide. Her willingness to adapt to his schedule, creating initial optimism that domestic happiness might prove compatible with his supernatural condition. The courtship period that preceded their wedding proceeded with careful attention to maintaining appropriate social distances that prevented his enhanced senses from becoming overwhelmed by proximity to blood that flowed through veins just beneath skin that seemed almost translucent in its delicate perfection. Yet even these precautionary measures could not completely eliminate awareness of her pulse and the rhythmic circulation that made concentration on conversation increasingly difficult. As emotional attachment deepened into genuine affection, that complicated his relationship with appetites that demanded satisfaction regardless of personal feelings or moral objections. The marriage ceremony itself took place during evening hours that he justified through claims about family traditions and personal preferences, though the true reason involved his growing sensitivity to sunlight that made daylight appearances uncomfortable and potentially dangerous. The honeymoon period that followed their wedding brought the first serious challenges to his ability to maintain human relationships, as intimate proximity revealed aspects of his transformed nature that could not be concealed through careful scheduling and strategic absences that had enabled successful completion of courtship phase. The temperature differences that marked his supernatural physiology created immediate questions about his health and constitution, while dietary restrictions that prevented him from sharing normal meals raised concerns about medical conditions that he could not adequately explain without revealing truths that would have ended their marriage before it could properly begin. The household routine that they established together required constant vigilance to prevent accidental exposure of capabilities or appetites that would have betrayed his demonic nature, his enhanced strength making simple domestic tasks dangerous opportunities for revelation, while his altered sleep patterns created suspicions about activities that occupied his attention during hours when normal husbands would have been resting peacefully beside their wives. The servants who maintained their residence learned to avoid questioning their master's unusual requirements, yet their whispered conversations indicated growing awareness that something unnatural characterized the household dynamics that differed fundamentally from normal marital relationships they had observed in other wealthy families. The first signs of psychological strain appeared in his wife during their third month of marriage, as her initial acceptance of his eccentricities gave way to anxiety about behaviors that seemed to violate fundamental assumptions about human nature and marital partnership. Her growing fear manifesting through sleepless nights and nervous tension that made normal conversation increasingly difficult to maintain. The questions that she began asking about his family background and medical history reflected legitimate concerns about genetic issues that might affect potential children. Yet his inability to provide satisfactory answers created an atmosphere of mistrust that poisoned their relationship despite his genuine efforts to maintain loving connection that had initially brought them together. The verbal abuse that began emerging during their arguments represented his first experience with how supernatural nature could corrupt human relationships through impatience and contempt that grew from fundamental differences in capability and perspective that made her concerns seem trivial compared to larger issues that occupied his attention and energy. The strength of his voice when raised in anger could shake windows and terrify servants, while the intensity of his gaze during moments of frustration seemed to penetrate beyond surface appearances towards psychological depths that normal human scrutiny could never reach, creating fear response that transformed loving wife into frightened stranger who sought escape from presence that had once provided comfort and security. The isolation that his behavior imposed upon their marriage reflected growing inability to control reactions that emerged from supernatural instincts, as domestic disputes triggered responses that had been shaped by centuries of commanding demons. Rather than negotiating with equal partners whose feelings and opinions deserved consideration and respect, the psychological distance that resulted from these outbursts created emotional separation that made physical proximity increasingly uncomfortable for both participants, her fear competing with confused love while his frustration battled against genuine desire to maintain relationship that provided connection to humanity he had lost through transformation. The deterioration that characterized their final months together proceeded with inexorable momentum that seemed to resist all attempts at reconciliation or repair, as patterns of abuse that had begun during arguments expanded into constant criticism and emotional cruelty that reflected his growing contempt for weaknesses that normal human existence required and celebrated. The servants who witnessed these domestic scenes learned to anticipate explosive confrontations that could erupt without warning from seemingly peaceful interactions. Their careful avoidance of master and mistress during evening hours, reflecting understanding that household harmony had been permanently compromised by forces they could not understand or address. The suicide that ended his first marriage came as shock, despite warning signs that had been accumulating through months of increasing despair and social withdrawal. Her final letter, expressing love that had been overwhelmed by fear and confusion about changes in husband, whose true nature she had never been able to comprehend or accept, despite sincere efforts to adapt to requirements that exceeded normal human flexibility. The grief that he experienced at her death was complicated by recognition that his own behavior had created circumstances that made her despair inevitable. Yet his capacity for self-examination remained limited by psychological framework that prioritized his needs above consideration for others, whose welfare conflicted with his supernatural requirements. The second marriage that he attempted several years later reflected hope that previous failure had resulted from individual incompatibility rather than fundamental impossibility of maintaining human relationships, given his transformed nature, his selection of bride, whose personality differed dramatically from his first wife, representing attempt to identify characteristics that might prove more compatible with domestic arrangements that his supernatural condition required. The young woman whose beauty and vivacious social manner had attracted his attention seemed better equipped to handle unusual circumstances and unconventional lifestyle. Her previous experience with wealthy suitors, having prepared her for accommodating eccentric preferences that might seem unreasonable to less sophisticated individuals. The pattern that emerged during his second marriage followed trajectory that had characterized his first attempt at domestic happiness, beginning with honeymoon period, where careful management of supernatural elements enabled maintenance of romantic illusion, while gradually revealing incompatibilities that would eventually destroy relationship through accumulating psychological damage that neither partner possessed adequate resources to address or heal. The verbal attacks that had ended his first marriage began appearing earlier during his second attempt, as previous experience with domestic conflict had shortened his patience with human limitations, while reducing his motivation to control responses that reflected contempt for weaknesses that he no longer possessed or understood. The comparison that his second wife faced with idealized memory of her predecessor created additional psychological pressure beyond normal challenges of adjusting to marriage with supernatural being whose true nature remained concealed through elaborate deceptions that required constant vigilance and careful coordination of household activities. The impossibility of meeting standards that had been established through selective memory of relationship that had also ended in tragedy created atmosphere of inevitable failure that poisoned their interactions while providing justification for criticism that escalated into systematic emotional abuse designed to break down resistance to his dominance. The third marriage represented acknowledgement that previous failures might have resulted from inadequate screening of potential partners, rather than fundamental impossibility of achieving domestic happiness through union with human spouse. His expanded criteria for bride selection, reflecting growing sophistication about psychological characteristics that might enable successful adaptation to lifestyle requirements that his supernatural nature imposed upon any household that he inhabited. The woman who became his third wife possessed intellectual capabilities and independent spirit that seemed better equipped for partnership with someone whose unusual requirements and nocturnal activities demanded flexibility and understanding that more conventional personalities might not be able to provide. The cycle that repeated itself through his third marriage followed patterns that had been established through previous attempts, yet proceeded more rapidly toward inevitable conclusion, as his patience with human limitation had been further eroded by accumulated disappointment that made genuine effort at relationship maintenance increasingly difficult to sustain. Despite initial optimism about compatibility factors that had justified selection of spouse whose qualifications seemed superior to predecessors who had proven inadequate for meeting his domestic requirements, the verbal abuse that characterized deterioration phase began earlier and proceeded more systematically towards psychological destruction that reflected growing expertise in identifying and exploiting emotional vulnerabilities that could reduce proud, independent woman to terrified shadow of her former self. The fourth marriage represented desperate attempt to salvage some connection to human experience, despite accumulated evidence that such relationships were incompatible with supernatural nature, that demanded complete dominance while requiring absolute secrecy about capabilities and appetites that defined his existence. Yet, psychological need for companionship continued to motivate efforts that rational analysis would have suggested were doomed to failure before they began. The selection process that preceded his fourth wedding involved more careful evaluation of potential compatibility factors, yet fundamental problems that had destroyed previous marriages remained unchanged by improved screening methods that could not address basic incompatibility between human need for emotional intimacy and demonic requirements for psychological control. The accelerated timeline that characterized his fourth marriage reflected reduced willingness to invest emotional energy in relationship whose eventual failure seemed increasingly inevitable. His behavior towards spouse, showing patterns of contempt and abuse that had previously emerged only after months of cohabitation, while his psychological investment in maintaining illusion of normal domestic happiness declined toward perfunctory performance of marital roles that provided social camouflage without delivering genuine satisfaction or emotional fulfillment. The tragedy that concluded this marriage followed script that had been established through previous experiences, yet proceeded with mechanical efficiency that reflected growing emotional detachment from consequences of his actions upon individuals whose welfare had become irrelevant to considerations that governed his decision-making processes. The fifth and final marriage that he attempted represented acknowledgement that previous failures had not resulted from inadequate partner selection or insufficient effort at relationship maintenance, but from fundamental impossibility of reconciling human emotional needs with supernatural nature that viewed other beings as resources to be utilized rather than partners to be cherished. Yet, stubborn refusal to accept limitation drove him toward final experiment in domestic arrangement that would demonstrate conclusively whether love could bridge gap between human and demon, or whether such connections were permanently severed by transformation that had granted immortality at cost of capacity for genuine intimacy. The woman who agreed to become his fifth wife possessed a combination of beauty, intelligence, and emotional strength that represented pinnacle of human feminine achievement. Her willingness to marry someone whose reputation and wealth could not completely disguise underlying strangeness, suggesting either unusual courage or dangerous naivety about challenges that awaited her. The pattern that unfolded during his final marriage proceeded with horrible familiarity through stages that had been perfected through previous experience, yet culminated in tragedy that exceeded previous examples through systematic psychological torture that reflected centuries of accumulated contempt for human weakness, combined with refined understanding of most effective methods for destroying minds that had been designed for love and cooperation, rather than isolation and dominance. The suicide that ended this final attempt at human relationship carried finality that convinced him of impossibility of maintaining connections that required emotional reciprocity and psychological equality with beings whose nature differed fundamentally from his own. The recognition that emerged from 5 consecutive marital failures established psychological framework that would govern his approach to human relationships throughout remaining centuries of his existence, as demonstrated impossibility of achieving genuine intimacy, eliminated motivation for maintaining emotional connections that served no practical purpose, while creating vulnerabilities that could be exploited by enemies who might target individuals whose welfare mattered to him. The decision to abandon attempts at human marriage reflected practical acknowledgement of limitations that transformation had imposed upon his capacity for love, while freeing psychological energy for pursuit of perfection through alternative means that did not require consideration of others, whose needs conflicted with his supernatural requirements. The graves that marked locations where 5 wives had been buried served as monuments to impossibility of bridging gap between human and demon through emotional connection, their silent testimony, providing constant reminder that transformation had cost him more than simple vulnerability to sunlight or requirement for blood sustenance, but had fundamentally altered his capacity for relationships that give meaning to existence beyond mere survival and accumulation of power. The loneliness that characterized his existence following abandonment of marital attempts was complicated by recognition that isolation resulted not from external circumstances, but from internal changes that made love impossible while preserving capacity for manipulation and control that could simulate intimacy without delivering genuine emotional satisfaction. The psychological impact of these consecutive relationship failures created lasting changes in his approach to human interaction, as demonstrated impossibility of achieving authentic connection, eliminated motivation for maintaining pretenses that had once seemed essential for preserving sanity and sense of self-worth, while establishing patterns of contempt and exploitation that would characterize his treatment of all human beings throughout remaining centuries of his immortal existence. The women whose deaths had concluded each marriage served as early casualties in war against humanity that he had not yet consciously declared, but whose inevitability had been established through personal experience with unbridgeable differences that made coexistence impossible except through relationship of predator and prey. The encounter that would forever bind Tamayo to Muzan's dark existence began during one of his periodic ventures into human society. where he maintained carefully constructed identities that enabled observation of potential demon candidates while satisfying psychological needs for social interaction that centuries of isolation had never completely eliminated, despite accumulated evidence that meaningful relationships remained impossible for creatures whose nature demanded predation rather than cooperation. The wealthy merchant persona that he had adopted during this particular period provided access to upper social circles where information about interesting individuals could be gathered through seemingly casual conversation, his enhanced senses enabling evaluation of health, character, and potential usefulness, while maintaining appearances of normal business relationships that concealed supernatural assessment of human resources. The reputation that preceded Tamayo through whispered conversations among the medical practitioners and wealthy families who comprised their shared social circle spoke of exceptional intelligence combined with dedication to healing arts that transcended normal professional boundaries, her willingness to treat patients whose conditions had been declared hopeless by conventional physicians, creating admiration that was tempered by concern about experimental methods that sometimes produced miraculous results through techniques that remained mysterious to observers whose training followed established protocols. The combination of medical knowledge and desperate compassion that characterized her approach to seemingly impossible cases created exactly the kind of capable, motivated individual that Muzan had learned to identify as optimal candidate for transformation into supernatural servant whose enhanced abilities could advance objectives that normal demons lacked intelligence or dedication to pursue effectively. The illness that had begun affecting Tamayo during the months preceding their first meeting manifested through symptoms that conventional medicine could diagnose but not cure. Her own extensive medical knowledge, providing detailed understanding of progressive deterioration that would inevitably claim her life despite access to finest treatments and most skilled physicians available within their region. The irony that someone whose career had been devoted to preserving life through innovative healing techniques now faced mortality that no amount of expertise could prevent, created psychological environment where unconventional solutions might seem acceptable, despite risks that healthy individuals would have rejected without consideration. The initial consultation that Muzan requested under pretense of seeking medical advice for chronic condition provided opportunity to evaluate her character and capabilities while establishing personal relationship that could develop toward more intimate discussions about life, death, and possibilities that existed beyond normal human limitations. The evening appointment that he arranged ensured privacy while accommodating his supernatural requirements, their conversation taking place in her private study, where medical texts and experimental equipment created atmosphere that suggested willingness to explore approaches that conventional practice might consider inappropriate or dangerous. The assessment that he conducted during their early interactions revealed intellectual capacity that exceeded his most optimistic expectations, her questions about his claimed symptoms demonstrating analytical thinking that could penetrate deceptions that had convinced other medical professionals, while her proposed treatments showed innovative approaches that indicated potential for adapting to enhanced capabilities that transformation would provide. The compassion that motivated her work created emotional vulnerability that could be exploited through appeals to desires that transcended personal welfare, particularly her desperate wish to continue providing medical care that served others whose suffering might be alleviated through knowledge and dedication that death would permanently eliminate. The children whose welfare provided primary motivation for her resistance to accepting inevitable death were young enough that their successful development into healthy, productive adults would require maternal guidance and support throughout years that her declining condition would not permit her to provide, creating desperation that made dangerous alternatives seem preferable to abandoning responsibilities that gave meaning to existence beyond simple self-preservation. The medical prognosis that she had received from colleagues whose expertise she trusted completely indicated timeline that would claim her life before her youngest child reached age of independence, transforming abstract fear of mortality into specific deadline that made every day precious, while highlighting impossibility of achieving maternal objectives through normal lifespan. The relationship that developed between physician and patient during their regular consultations created trust that enabled discussions about experimental treatments that conventional medical ethics would have forbidden. Her willingness to consider approaches that carried significant risks, reflecting growing acceptance that death represented certainty, while untested interventions offered possibility, however remote, of achieving survival that could enable completion of maternal duties and professional objectives that gave meaning to existence beyond mere continuation of biological function. The scientific curiosity that had driven her medical innovations made her receptive to explanations about treatment mechanisms that operated beyond established boundaries of therapeutic practice, her analytical mind seeking to understand processes that defied normal medical knowledge, while maintaining hope that logic and systematic observation could reveal pathways to recovery. The revelation of his true nature proceeded through carefully orchestrated stages that allowed gradual acceptance of concepts that immediate disclosure would have made impossible to believe or accept. His demonstrations of enhanced capabilities, beginning with subtle manifestations that could be rationalized as exceptional human abilities, before progressing toward acknowledgement of supernatural characteristics that transcended normal biological limitations. The evidence that accumulated through their extended interactions created foundation for understanding that enabled acceptance of transformation offer when it finally emerged as solution to medical crisis that conventional approaches had proven incapable of addressing through any available means. The explanation that accompanied his offer of supernatural transformation emphasized benefits that aligned perfectly with her primary motivations, as enhanced physical capabilities would eliminate medical condition, while extended lifespan would enable completion of maternal responsibilities and professional objectives that death would otherwise prevent from reaching successful conclusion. The immortality that transformation would provide represented not merely survival but opportunity to continue developing medical knowledge while maintaining relationships with family members whose welfare had become more important than personal safety or adherence to normal human limitations. The medical curiosity that had characterized her professional career made the prospect of experiencing transformation from clinical perspective irresistibly appealing, as opportunity to observe and document process that had never been studied by qualified medical practitioner could advance scientific understanding while providing personal benefits that addressed both survival needs and intellectual interests that had defined her identity throughout adult life. The possibility of contributing to medical knowledge through direct experience with supernatural physiology created additional motivation beyond simple desire for continued existence, transforming dangerous experiment into research opportunity that could benefit future patients whose conditions might be addressed through understanding gained from systematic observation of transformation effects. The night that marked her transition from human to demon began with careful administration of his blood through procedure that combined medical precision with supernatural power, her clinical training enabling documentation of immediate physiological changes, while her maternal instincts provided emotional framework for accepting modifications that would enable fulfillment of responsibilities toward children whose welfare had motivated acceptance of risks that more selfish individuals might have rejected as unacceptable. The transformation that followed proceeded through stages that she had attempted to predict based on his descriptions, yet the reality exceeded her most comprehensive theoretical preparation for changes that affected not only physical capabilities, but psychological frameworks that had governed behavior and moral decision-making throughout human existence. The initial hours following transformation brought enhanced senses that revealed aspects of familiar environment that had previously remained undetectable. Her medical knowledge providing context for understanding alterations in perception, while supernatural instincts began introducing desires that conflicted with conscious intention to maintain ethical standards that had guided professional practice throughout human career. The strength that coursed through transformed physiology exceeded anything she had experienced, despite lifetime of careful attention to physical health, creating sense of invulnerability that competed with growing awareness of appetites that demanded satisfaction through means that medical ethics would never have permitted. The first loss of control occurred during attempt to visit family members whose proximity triggered responses that conscious will proved inadequate to suppress, as enhanced senses detected blood circulation and heartbeat rhythms that supernatural nature recognized as optimal nourishment for maintaining peak physical condition. Despite emotional attachment that should have provided protection against predatory instincts, the horror that accompanied realization that transformation had compromised ability to maintain safe relationships with loved ones created psychological crisis that exceeded any medical emergency she had previously faced, as professional dedication to preserving life conflicted directly with biological requirements that demanded consumption of human blood for continued existence. The tragedy that unfolded during her first encounter with family as transformed being preceded with inexorable momentum that conscious resistance could not prevent, her children's trust and affection, creating vulnerability that supernatural predator within her exploited, despite desperate attempts to maintain emotional control that had been adequate for managing human impulses, but proved completely insufficient for restraining demonic appetites. The medical knowledge that had enabled healing throughout her human career now provided detailed understanding of exactly how her actions were ending lives that she had worked throughout transformation process to preserve, creating psychological torture that exceeded any physical suffering that illness or death could have imposed. The massacre that claimed her entire family occurred with speed that prevented rational intervention or escape strategies that might have preserved lives that meant more to her than continued existence. Her enhanced capabilities, enabling systematic elimination of obstacles to feeding, while conscious mind observed atrocities that violated every principle that had given meaning to human existence. The satisfaction that accompanied consumption of blood that had once circulated through bodies she had loved created additional layer of psychological damage as supernatural physiology processed nourishment, while emotional frameworks struggled to comprehend how maternal instincts had been perverted into predatory behavior that targeted exact individuals that transformation had been intended to enable her to protect and nurture. The aftermath that followed family's destruction brought full recognition of what transformation had cost beyond simple loss of human limitations, as enhanced existence that should have provided opportunity for continued medical practice and extended maternal care had instead created monster whose nature made both objectives permanently impossible through alterations that had corrupted love into hunger, while transforming healing hands into instruments of death. The grief that consumed her during initial adjustment period to supernatural existence was complicated by awareness that tragedy could have been prevented if understanding of transformation consequences had been more complete before. decision to accept Muzan's offer had committed her to path whose destination had remained concealed until consequences made reversal impossible. The hatred that began developing toward Muzan during months that followed family tragedy reflected not only anger about deception that had hidden transformation costs, but growing recognition that his offer had been calculated manipulation designed to create servant rather than provide genuine solution to medical crisis that had motivated acceptance of supernatural change. The enhanced intelligence that accompanied demonic transformation enabled analysis of psychological techniques that had been employed during courtship period, revealing systematic exploitation of vulnerabilities that had made rejection of dangerous solution seem impossible, despite risks that adequate disclosure would have made unacceptable to rational decision-making process. The enslavement that followed her initial period of rebellion and resistance demonstrated supernatural dominance that made opposition futile while establishing behavioral patterns that would characterize their relationship throughout. Decades of forced collaboration that reduced accomplished medical practitioner to servant, whose capabilities existed solely for advancement of objectives that served his interests, rather than humanitarian principles that had previously provided meaning and direction for professional activities. The telepathic connection that enabled his monitoring of thoughts and emotions eliminated privacy, while ensuring immediate punishment for any resistance or independent thinking that might challenge authority he had established through combination of superior power and psychological manipulation. The years that followed her transformation into unwilling servant brought systematic destruction of professional identity and personal values that had defined human existence. As medical knowledge was redirected toward developing more efficient methods for creating demons, while compassionate instincts were suppressed through repeated exposure to violence that normalized cruelty, while eliminating emotional responses that might interfere with assigned duties. The intellectual capabilities that had made her valuable as potential ally were preserved but constrained within framework that prevented independent research or innovation that might challenge his dominance, while ensuring her expertise remained available for advancing objectives that served supernatural ambitions rather than humanitarian goals. The research that she was forced to conduct during captivity period involved systematic study of transformation mechanisms and demon physiology that could enhance his understanding of supernatural nature while identifying potential improvements that might address limitations or weaknesses that prevented achievement of perfect existence. Her medical background, providing analytical tools that other demons lacked, while her personal experience with transformation process offered insights that external observation could never provide. The documentation that she maintained under his supervision created comprehensive record of demonic capabilities and vulnerabilities that would later prove crucial for developing countermeasures, though knowledge acquisition occurred within context of servitude that prevented immediate application toward objectives that aligned with human welfare rather than demonic advancement. The psychological adaptation that enabled survival during extended period of enslavement required compartmentalization of emotions and memories that preserved core identity while accepting behavioral modifications necessary for avoiding punishment that could destroy consciousness entirely. Her scientific training providing framework for objective observation of circumstances that emotional engagement would have made unbearable. The medical skills that had once been applied toward healing were gradually corrupted through forced participation in experiments that advanced understanding of demon creation, while requiring direct involvement in activities that violated ethical principles that had governed human practice. Throughout professional career, The hope that sustained her through decades of captivity focused on possibility of eventual escape or revenge that might enable restoration of purpose that transformation had seemingly eliminated permanently. Her enhanced intellect working constantly to identify weaknesses or opportunities that could be exploited when circumstances created opening for action that might succeed where previous resistance attempts had failed catastrophically. The planning that occupied her thoughts during periods when immediate duties did not require complete attention laid groundwork for rebellion that would eventually culminate in direct confrontation, though timeline for implementation remained dependent on factors beyond her immediate control or influence. The evolution of her relationship with Muzan throughout captivity period reflected gradual accumulation of knowledge about his psychology and limitations that could potentially be exploited, despite supernatural advantages that had made initial resistance impossible. Her medical training, providing analytical tools for understanding behavioral patterns, while enhanced senses enabled detection of emotional states that revealed vulnerabilities concealed beneath facade of invulnerable dominance. The patience that she developed through forced collaboration taught valuable lessons about long-term strategy that would prove essential when opportunities for meaningful opposition finally emerged through changing circumstances that created possibilities for effective resistance that earlier periods had never offered. The Sengoku era brought with it upheavals that shattered the established order of Japanese society. Yet for Muzan, these political transformations provided opportunities to move through war-torn territories where his supernatural nature could remain concealed among the chaos while he pursued his endless search for perfection through methods that had evolved beyond simple botanical investigation toward more complex strategies involving human subjects whose unique capabilities might offer insights into transformation mechanisms that could address his fundamental limitations. The period of constant warfare created ideal conditions for identifying individuals whose exceptional abilities suggested potential for supernatural enhancement, as military conflicts revealed warriors and mystics whose skills transcended normal human limitations in ways that indicated compatibility with demonic transformation that could serve his objectives while advancing understanding of how enhanced beings might overcome weaknesses that had frustrated his efforts for centuries. The breathing techniques that had begun emerging among elite warriors during this tumultuous period represented unprecedented development in human capability enhancement that captured his attention through reports from demon servants who had observed sword fighters whose abilities seemed to approach supernatural levels despite their obviously human nature, creating possibilities for study and potential recruitment that offered alternatives to random demon creation that had proven largely ineffective for advancing his primary objectives. The systematic training methods that these warriors employed to achieve extraordinary physical capabilities suggested knowledge that might be applicable to demonic enhancement, while their demonstrated ability to maintain enhanced performance through conscious breathing control indicated mastery of physiological processes that conventional medical understanding had never adequately explained or replicated. The investigation that he launched into these remarkable warrior traditions led him through networks of information that eventually identified specific individuals whose reputations had spread beyond their immediate territories through accounts of achievements that bordered on miraculous, their legendary status making direct approach both desirable and dangerous, as examination of their capabilities would need to be conducted carefully to avoid revealing his supernatural interest in techniques that might prove valuable for Grestada's his own development. The twins, whose names had begun appearing in multiple reports, represented particularly intriguing subjects, as their shared bloodline yet contrasting personalities suggested natural experiment in how identical genetic foundations could produce dramatically different results when combined with varying psychological and training approaches. Michikatsu Tsugikuni had achieved recognition throughout warrior communities as practitioner of moon-breathing techniques whose power exceeded anything previously documented among sword fighters whose abilities remained within human parameters. Yet beneath his obvious competence lay psychological complexity that made him potentially receptive to offers that conventional warriors would have rejected without consideration. The jealousy that consumed him regarding his twin brother's superior natural gifts created emotional vulnerability that could be exploited through appeals to desires for power that transcended normal human limitations, while his intellectual sophistication suggested capability for understanding transformation mechanisms that simpler minds might find incomprehensible or terrifying. The envy that poisoned Michikatsu's relationship with his brother stemmed from recognition that natural talent could overcome years of dedicated training through genetic advantages that no amount of effort or determination could compensate for among individuals whose basic capabilities remained limited by constitutional factors beyond conscious control, creating psychological wound that festered despite external achievements that should have provided satisfaction and recognition within warrior communities whose standards reflected appreciation for dedicated effort rather than merely inherited gifts. The comparison that he could not avoid making between his accomplished techniques and his brother's effortless mastery created internal torment that made supernatural alternatives increasingly appealing as potential solution to inadequacies that normal human development could never fully address. The curse that accompanied the Demon Slayer mark represented additional factor in Michikatsu's psychological makeup that made transformation appealing despite risks that more optimistic individuals might have considered unacceptable, as the shortened lifespan that marked bearers promised early death that would truncate achievements and prevent completion of objectives that required decades of continued development and refinement. The knowledge that enhanced abilities came with price that eliminated possibility of long-term accomplishment created urgency about finding alternatives that could preserve and extend peak performance beyond limitations imposed by biological processes that doomed even exceptional warriors to premature decline and death. The approach that Muzan employed in cultivating relationship with Michikatsu proceeded through gradual stages that built trust while revealing supernatural possibilities that could address psychological needs and practical concerns that conventional human existence could never satisfy. His enhanced understanding of human psychology, enabling manipulation techniques that exploited specific vulnerabilities, while providing genuine solutions to problems that had been causing ongoing distress. The conversations that developed between them took place during carefully arranged encounters that seemed coincidental, while enabling systematic evaluation of Michikatsu's character and capabilities. Their discussions about warrior philosophy and techniques, providing cover for deeper exploration of attitudes toward mortality, power, and ultimate objectives that might be achieved through unconventional means. The revelation of Muzan's true nature proceeded through demonstration rather than explanation, as his supernatural capabilities provided evidence that human limitations could be transcended through transformation that granted powers exceeding anything achievable through conventional training, while eliminating weaknesses that reduced effectiveness and shortened productive lifespan that ambitious warriors required for achieving meaningful accomplishments. The display of enhanced speed, strength, and regenerative abilities created immediate recognition of possibilities that decades of breathing technique development had never approached, while the obvious intelligence and strategic thinking that characterized his approach to power demonstrated that supernatural transformation need not compromise mental capabilities that distinguished exceptional individuals from common tile soldiers. The offer that emerged from their extended relationship emphasized benefits that aligned perfectly with Michikatsu's primary motivations, as immortality would eliminate curse limitations, while enhanced capabilities would provide power that could finally surpass his brother's natural advantages through supernatural augmentation that no amount of human training could match or counter effectively. The promise of continued development and improvement throughout unlimited lifespan addressed concerns about premature death, while offering prospects for achievement that mortal existence could never accommodate, regardless of dedication or natural talent that defined individual potential within human parameters. The transformation that converted Michikatsu into the demon who would become known as Kokushibo proceeded through blood transfer that provided massive infusion of supernatural power whose concentration exceeded anything previously attempted in demon creation, the quantity reflecting both confidence in recipients' ability to survive enhancement and recognition that inferior demons would prove inadequate for roles that required capabilities approaching Muzan's own level of supernatural development. The process that followed initial blood contact involved systematic reconstruction of human physiology that preserved essential characteristics while adding demonic capabilities that transformed accomplished warrior into creature whose power transcended normal understanding of what sword fighting could achieve through any available training methods. The adaptation period that followed Kokushibo's transformation revealed enhanced abilities that exceeded optimistic projections for supernatural augmentation, as breathing techniques that had been perfected through human practice provided foundation for demonic capabilities that multiplied effectiveness while maintaining tactical sophistication. That distinguished intelligent application of power from simple brute force approaches that characterized less capable demons. The sword skills that had made Michikatsu formidable human warrior became devastating supernatural techniques that could cut through obstacles that normal weapons could never affect, while enhanced senses and reaction speeds enabled combat performance that approached perfection within parameters that demon slaying had established for measuring exceptional ability. The psychological changes that accompanied Kokushibo's physical transformation preserved intellectual capabilities while modifying emotional responses in ways that eliminated human weaknesses that had previously limited effectiveness. His jealousy toward his twin brother evolving into supernatural ambition that sought dominance rather than mere equality, while his dedication to martial excellence expanded beyond human constraints toward pursuit of perfect technique that immortal existence would enable him to achieve through unlimited practice and development. The loyalty that bound him to Muzan reflected both gratitude for transformation that had solved fundamental problems and recognition that continued advancement required cooperation with superior demon, whose knowledge and power could guide further development toward objectives that individual effort might never accomplish. The months that followed Kokushibo's successful transformation brought Muzan face to face with the twin brother, whose reputation had made him legendary among warriors whose breathing techniques represented pinnacle of human achievement in supernatural combat capability. Their encounter occurring through circumstances that seemed coincidental yet reflected careful orchestration designed to evaluate threat potential that such exceptional individuals might represent to demonic operations. Yoriichi Tsugikuni moved through the world with quiet confidence that transcended normal warrior pride to encompass spiritual awareness that perceived supernatural presence with clarity that made concealment impossible despite abilities. that had enabled successful deception of less perceptive individuals throughout centuries of careful identity management. The moment when Yoriichi's gaze first fell upon Muzan created immediate recognition of supernatural nature that penetrated all disguises and protective measures that had proven adequate for avoiding detection by normal humans whose limited senses could not distinguish demonic presence from carefully constructed human facade. His enhanced perception revealing not only non-human identity, but psychological characteristics that painted accurate picture of malevolent intentions and accumulated cruelty that defined demonic existence. The intensity of malice that radiated from Muzan's being struck Yoriichi's consciousness like physical force, its overwhelming quality suggesting depths of evil that exceeded anything he had previously encountered, despite extensive experience with supernatural threats that had prepared him for confronting creatures whose nature transcended normal human understanding. The comparison that formed in Yoriichi's mind between Muzan's aura and volcanic eruption reflected recognition that demonic presence represented destructive force, whose potential for causing harm exceeded anything natural disasters could accomplish, as conscious malevolence directed supernatural power toward objectives that sought systematic elimination of human welfare, rather than random destruction that geological forces might produce through mindless operation of physical processes. The magma imagery that characterized his perception captured both heat intensity and corrosive qualities that distinguished demonic evil from other threats that warriors might face during careers dedicated to protecting innocent people, from dangers that exceeded normal human ability to resist or overcome through conventional means. The anatomical revelation that emerged during their initial confrontation provided first documented evidence of physical modifications that transformation had created within Muzan's body. His possession of 7 hearts and 5 brains, representing unprecedented adaptation that ensured survival capabilities exceeding anything normal physiology could achieve, while enabling processing power that supported complex psychological manipulation and strategic planning that had characterized his approach to achieving supernatural objectives throughout centuries of immortal existence. The redundancy that multiple vital organs provided eliminated conventional vulnerabilities that demon slayers had learned to exploit when fighting creatures whose physiology remained fundamentally similar to human structure, despite enhanced capabilities that supernatural transformation had granted. The tactical advantages that this anatomical uniqueness provided became immediately apparent when combat commenced between opponents whose capabilities represented pinnacle achievements within their respective categories, as damage that would have proven fatal to normal demons merely reduced Muzan's effectiveness, while backup systems maintained essential functions that enabled continued resistance against techniques that should have achieved decisive victory through conventional application of proven methods. The regenerative capabilities that accompanied multiple organ systems enabled recovery from wounds that would have eliminated lesser demons, while providing foundation for sustained combat that tested Yoriichi's endurance despite supernatural conditioning that had never previously encountered opposition requiring extended engagement. The underestimation that characterized Muzan's initial approach to combat against opponent whose reputation had been established through accounts that might have exaggerated actual capabilities reflected confidence based on centuries of successful encounters with human warriors whose breathing techniques had proven inadequate for overcoming supernatural advantages that demonic transformation provided through enhanced speed, strength, and regenerative abilities. The assumption that individual human fighter could not represent serious threat to demon whose power exceeded anything mortal training could achieve created tactical framework that prioritized intimidation over careful assessment of opponents' actual capabilities, leading to engagement strategy that emphasized overwhelming force rather than adaptive techniques that might have proven more effective against uniquely skilled adversary. The effortless manner in which Yoriichi countered Muzan's initial attacks demonstrated superiority that transcended simple skill advantages to encompass fundamental differences in understanding of combat principles and breathing, technique applications that had never been achieved by other practitioners despite centuries of development and refinement within warrior communities whose dedication exceeded anything most humans could sustain throughout normal lifespans. The flowing movements that characterized his defensive responses suggested mastery that had progressed beyond conscious technique application toward intuitive integration of enhanced capabilities with tactical awareness that enabled real-time adaptation to changing combat conditions without requiring deliberate analysis that might create delays or hesitation. The 13th form of sun breathing that Yoriichi employed as his decisive technique represented culmination of lifetime dedicated to perfecting capabilities that approach supernatural levels despite maintaining human nature. The attack sequence proceeding through movements that seemed to bend reality around them, while delivering cutting power that exceeded anything previously witnessed in combat between human and demon opponents. The precision that characterized each component of this complex technique enabled targeting of vital areas that regenerative abilities could not immediately replace, while the speed of execution prevented evasive maneuvers that might have reduced damage to levels that Muzan's enhanced physiology could absorb without significant impairment. The dismemberment that resulted from successful application of sun-breathing techniques created unprecedented situation where demon whose regenerative capabilities had proven superior to anything previously encountered found himself unable to restore physical integrity through processes that had enabled recovery from damage that would have destroyed lesser supernatural creatures. The cutting effects lingering beyond normal parameters while preventing cellular reconstruction that should have restored complete function within moments of sustaining injury. The shock that accompanied recognition of vulnerability created psychological impact that exceeded physical damage, as demonstration of mortality challenged fundamental assumptions about invulnerability that had shaped psychological framework throughout centuries of supernatural existence. The desperation that drove Muzan's escape attempt reflected recognition that continued engagement would result in permanent elimination despite advantages that had previously ensured victory against any human opponent regardless of skill or preparation. His decision to split into numerous smaller pieces representing abandonment of dignity in favor of survival strategy that prioritized continued existence over maintenance of superior position that had been lost through encounter with abilities that exceeded expectations based on previous experience with breathing technique practitioners. The fragmentation that divided his body into 1,800 separate pieces enabled escape through sheer numerical impossibility of pursuing all components simultaneously, yet also demonstrated vulnerability that had never previously been revealed through any confrontation with human opponents. The permanent scars that remained visible on Muzan's reformed body provided lasting reminder of encounter that had challenged every assumption about relationship between human capability and demonic superiority. Their persistence, despite regenerative abilities that had previously erased all evidence of damage, serving as physical testimony to technique effects that operated beyond normal parameters for supernatural healing. The psychological impact that these visible reminders created exceeded aesthetic concerns to encompass ongoing awareness that mortality remained possible despite transformation that had been intended to provide permanent transcendence of human limitations, creating anxiety that would influence decision-making throughout remaining centuries of immortal existence. The systematic slaughter that followed Muzan's recovery from his encounter with Yoriichi represented determined effort to eliminate any possibility of facing similar threat in future, as practitioners of sun-breathing techniques posed unique danger that exceeded capabilities of other human warriors, whose skills remained within parameters that demonic power could overcome through application of superior force and regenerative resilience. The genocidal campaign that he launched against families and communities that maintained knowledge of sun-breathing proceeded through methodical elimination that sought to erase not only current practitioners but potential future students who might develop similar capabilities through access to traditional training methods that had produced warrior capable of inflicting permanent damage. The avoidance strategy that characterized Muzan's approach to demon slayer operations throughout subsequent centuries reflected lasting psychological impact of defeat that had demonstrated mortality despite supernatural advantages. His preference for indirect action through subordinate demons rather than personal confrontation, representing acknowledgement that direct engagement with exceptional human opponents carried risks that had never been adequately considered. During earlier phases of immortal existence, the trauma that resulted from experiencing vulnerability after centuries of assumed invincibility created permanent changes in tactical thinking that prioritized safety over personal satisfaction, while delegating dangerous operations to expendable servants whose destruction would not compromise his essential survival. The haunting memories that continued to torment Muzan throughout remaining years of his existence reflected psychological wounds that regenerative capabilities could not address, as demonstration of mortality had challenged fundamental identity that had been constructed around assumptions of permanent superiority over human limitations that transformation had supposedly transcended completely. The fear that Yoriichi's abilities might emerge again in future practitioners created ongoing anxiety that influenced every strategic decision, while motivating continued search for power enhancements that might provide protection against techniques that had proven capable of inflicting permanent damage, despite supernatural advantages that had previously ensured victory in any conceivable confrontation. The organizational structure that emerged from Muzan's centuries of experience with demon management reflected hard-learned lessons about the optimal balance between granting sufficient power to ensure effectiveness while maintaining absolute control that prevented rebellion or independent action that might threaten his supreme authority. The hierarchy that he eventually established, representing systematic solution to problems that had plagued earlier attempts at creating sustainable networks of supernatural servants whose capabilities could advance his objectives without creating vulnerabilities that ambitious subordinates might exploit to challenge his position. The formal institution that became known as the 12 Kizuki represented culmination of organizational development that had evolved through countless failures and refinements, its structure designed to maximize operational effectiveness, while eliminating possibilities for coordinated resistance that could emerge from demons whose enhanced capabilities might otherwise enable successful conspiracy against Creator, whose dominance depended on maintaining superiority through careful limitation of subordinate power levels. The division of the 12 Kizuki into upper and lower ranks reflected recognition that different operational requirements demanded varying levels of supernatural capability, with lower positions serving as training ground and testing environment where demons could prove worthiness for advancement, while upper ranks represented elite operatives whose power approached levels that made them genuinely dangerous, even to Muzan himself. If they could somehow overcome psychological and supernatural constraints that bound them to absolute obedience. The numerical limitation that restricted membership to exactly 12 individuals ensured that management remained feasible while creating a competitive environment where demons understood that positions were limited resources that required constant vigilance to maintain against ambitious candidates who sought advancement through superior performance or elimination of current rank holders. The lower ranks that formed the foundation of this organizational pyramid were designed as expendable resources whose primary value lay in their ability to handle routine operations that required supernatural capabilities but could tolerate failure rates that reflected the experimental nature of their assignments and the inherent instability that characterized demons whose transformation had not achieved the psychological integration necessary for long-term reliability. The constant turnover that characterized these positions resulted from a combination of factors, including elimination by demon slayers, whose hunting activities specifically targeted weaker supernatural creatures, internal conflicts that arose from competitive pressures within the organization, and direct termination by Muzan himself when performance failed to meet standards that grew more demanding as his patience with failure diminished through centuries of accumulated disappointment. The recruitment process for lower-ranked positions reflected understanding that desperation and moral compromise provided optimal psychological foundations for transformation into demons who would accept subordination while maintaining sufficient motivation to pursue assigned objectives despite personal risks that rational calculation might suggest were unacceptable. Candidates typically emerging from populations whose circumstances made supernatural alternatives seem preferable to continued human existence within their current conditions. The criminals, outcasts, and terminally ill individuals who comprised majority of lower-rank recruits brought psychological profiles that facilitated adjustment to demonic nature, while their marginalized social positions reduced likelihood that their disappearance or transformation would attract unwanted attention from authorities or communities whose investigation might compromise operational security. The testing procedures that determined advancement from lower to upper ranks involved challenges that evaluated not only combat capabilities and blood demon art development, but psychological stability and strategic thinking that would be required for independent operations whose complexity exceeded simple elimination missions that formed bulk of lower rank assignments. Successful candidates demonstrating ability to maintain effectiveness over extended periods while adapting to changing conditions without requiring constant supervision that would compromise efficiency of organizational operations. The rarity of successful advancement reflected both demanding standards and recognition that upper-rank positions required demons whose capabilities approached levels where they could potentially threaten Muzan's security if their wanting standards. Loyalty could somehow be compromised through external influence or internal psychological development. The upper ranks that formed elite tier of demonic hierarchy represented centuries of careful selection and development, their individual capabilities having been proven through sustained performance in increasingly challenging assignments, while their psychological profiles demonstrated reliability that justified investment of trust and resources that their positions required. Each member having survived not only external threats from Demon Slayer operations, but internal competition that had eliminated countless candidates whose ambition exceeded their ability to maintain absolute loyalty to organizational objectives. The stability that characterized upper-rank membership reflected recognition that frequent changes in elite positions would compromise operational effectiveness while creating uncertainty about command structure that could encourage rebellion or independent action among subordinates, whose obedience depended on clear understanding of hierarchy and consequences. The centuries-long tenure that many upper-rank demons achieved represented unprecedented achievement in supernatural organization, as their survival required not only exceptional combat capabilities, but political acumen that enabled navigation of complex relationships within hierarchy, where individual advancement often came at expense of colleagues whose elimination created opportunities for promotion while their continued existence demonstrated value that exceeded replacement costs. The experience that accumulated through extended service created institutional memory that proved invaluable for training new recruits, while their established reputations provided psychological advantages in confrontations with demon slayers whose knowledge of upper-rank capabilities influenced tactical decisions and resource allocation during hunting operations. The blood demon arts that distinguished individual members of both upper and lower ranks reflected unique applications of supernatural power that emerged from combination of pre-transformation, personality, characteristics, specific circumstances of conversion process, and subsequent development through practical application in operational environments that demanded innovation and adaptation to survive encounters with increasingly skilled opponents. The diversity of abilities that resulted from this developmental process created tactical advantages that prevented demon slayers from developing standardized countermeasures while ensuring that organizational capabilities remained flexible enough to address challenges that conventional approaches might prove inadequate to handle effectively. The privilege of demon creation that Muzan eventually granted to upper-rank members represented significant expansion of their authority while creating opportunities for organizational growth that could be achieved through systematic recruitment rather than depending solely on his personal involvement in transformation processes that required careful attention to candidate selection and blood preparation that consumed time and energy he preferred to devote to pursuing primary objectives. The delegation of creation capabilities reflected confidence in upper-rank judgment while providing mechanism for rapid expansion when circumstances demanded increased personnel levels to address threats or opportunities that exceeded current organizational capacity. The approval system that governed new demon recruitment ensured that expansion remained controlled despite delegation of creation authority, as all potential members required personal evaluation and acceptance before gaining full organizational status that provided access to resources and protection that membership offered. This screening process, preventing creation of demons whose loyalty might be questionable or whose capabilities might prove inadequate for organizational standards. The systematic review that accompanied each recruitment decision enabled identification of candidates whose backgrounds or motivations might create security risks, while ensuring that new members possessed characteristics that aligned with organizational culture and operational requirements. The curse system that bound all demons to absolute loyalty represented Muzan's most sophisticated application of supernatural control mechanisms, as blood-based compulsions prevented betrayal while enabling telepathic communication and monitoring that made coordinated rebellion impossible, despite enhanced capabilities that might otherwise enable successful conspiracy against central authority. The psychological constraints that accompanied physical modifications prevented independent action that conflicted with his objectives, while maintaining individual initiative within parameters that served organizational interests, creating optimal balance between autonomous capability and absolute obedience that maximized effectiveness while eliminating security vulnerabilities. The telepathic network that connected all demons through their shared blood heritage enabled real-time communication and coordination across vast distances, while providing Muzan with comprehensive awareness of organizational activities that made surprise or deception impossible, despite geographic separation that might otherwise enable independent action. Subordinates understanding that their thoughts and intentions remained constantly accessible to superior, whose response to disloyalty would be immediate and absolute. The mental intrusion that this connection represented violated normal concepts of privacy, while ensuring that organizational loyalty transcended individual desires or moral objections that might compromise operational effectiveness. The punishment mechanisms that enforced discipline within the organization operated through direct manipulation of curse effects that could cause immediate death or prolonged suffering without requiring physical presence or conventional weapons. The cellular destruction that characterized these disciplinary measures, serving as constant reminder that disobedience would result in consequences that no amount of supernatural power could prevent or overcome. The examples that were made of demons who attempted rebellion or independent action provided education in organizational expectations, while demonstrating futility of resistance that might otherwise seem feasible to individuals whose enhanced capabilities created illusions of potential freedom. The territorial assignments that distributed organizational resources across strategic locations reflected careful analysis of demon slayer activities and human population centers that required monitoring or intervention, each member understanding that their designated areas represented both operational responsibility and testing ground where performance would be evaluated according to standards that demanded results, while providing sufficient autonomy to enable adaptive responses to local conditions. The geographic distribution that resulted from these assignments created network coverage that enabled rapid response to threats while preventing concentration of forces that might tempt coordinated rebellion if demons could somehow overcome curse constraints. The resource allocation system that supported organizational operations provided each demon with access to funds, information, and logistical support necessary for effective prosecution of assigned missions, while creating dependency that reinforced loyalty through practical considerations that supplemented curse-based compulsions, members understanding that rebellion would eliminate access to resources that had become essential for maintaining lifestyle and operational effectiveness that their positions enabled. The economic infrastructure that supported these operations required careful management to avoid attracting attention, while ensuring adequate funding for activities that often involved expensive equipment, travel, and cover identities that enabled integration into human society. The intelligence gathering capabilities that the organization developed through centuries of operation created comprehensive awareness of demon slayer activities, government policies, and social developments that might affect supernatural operations, while providing early warning of threats that could be addressed through preventive action rather than reactive measures that might prove inadequate for protecting organizational interests. The information networks that supported these capabilities extended beyond demon membership to include human agents whose cooperation was secured through various means, including financial incentives, blackmail, and supernatural influence that ensured reliability while maintaining operational security. The training programs that prepared new recruits for organizational membership addressed both combat techniques and operational procedures that would be required for effective contribution to collective objectives, experienced members serving as instructors whose knowledge had been gained through practical application in field conditions that theoretical education could never adequately simulate. The mentorship relationships that emerged from these training arrangements created bonds that supplemented curse-based loyalty while providing experienced demons with opportunities to shape next generation according to standards that reflected organizational values and operational requirements. The advancement criteria that governed promotion within organizational ranks reflected combination of performance metrics and psychological evaluation that ensured continued reliability while identifying individuals whose capabilities justified increased responsibility and authority that higher positions provided. Successful candidates demonstrating not only superior combat abilities, but strategic thinking and leadership qualities that would be required for managing subordinates and coordinating complex operations. The competitive environment that these advancement opportunities created motivated exceptional performance, while ensuring that organizational leadership remained dynamic despite stability that characterized core membership. The operational security protocols that protected organizational activities from external detection required constant vigilance and systematic application of concealment techniques that had been refined through centuries of experience with demon slayer hunting methods and government investigation capabilities, members understanding that exposure could result in elimination of entire regional networks while compromising missions whose success required maintaining element of surprise. The compartmentalization that characterized operational planning limited information access to essential personnel while preventing comprehensive knowledge that could be extracted through interrogation or betrayal if security was somehow compromised. The legacy that the 12 Kizuki represented within demonic society reflected unprecedented achievement in supernatural organization, whose success had been measured through sustained operation across centuries that had witnessed dramatic changes in human society while maintaining effectiveness. Despite evolving threats and opportunities that required constant adaptation, the institutional knowledge that had accumulated through extended operation provided foundation for continued development while creating organizational identity that transcended individual membership changes through recruitment, promotion, and occasional elimination that characterized normal personnel turnover within any long-term institution whose objectives required persistent effort across extended timeframes. The Taisho era that had settled over Japan like morning mist across ancient valleys brought with it transformations that exceeded even Muzan's supernatural perception in their scope and implications, as centuries of isolation gave way to foreign influences that challenged traditional ways of life, while creating opportunities for someone whose immortal existence had witnessed the rise and fall of countless social orders throughout the long millennia of his search for perfection. The modernization that swept through cities and countryside alike provided new methods for concealing supernatural activities within increasingly complex social structures, yet also created dangers that had never existed during simpler times, when human populations remained concentrated in predictable patterns that enabled systematic monitoring and control through established networks of demonic surveillance. The industrial developments that characterized this period of rapid change offered unprecedented opportunities for acquiring wealth and influence that could support expanded operations, while the social upheaval that accompanied technological advancement created populations of displaced individuals, whose desperation made them ideal candidates for transformation into supernatural servants, whose loyalty could be secured through promises of power and immortality that conventional society could never provide. The railroad networks that began connecting previously isolated regions enabled rapid travel and communication that enhanced operational efficiency, while the telegraph systems that linked major population centers provided information networks that complemented supernatural surveillance capabilities with technological advantages that previous generations could never have imagined or utilized effectively. The urban concentrations that emerged during this period of national development created ideal hunting grounds, where individual disappearances could be easily concealed within anonymous populations, whose size made comprehensive investigation impossible, even for authorities whose resources and dedication exceeded normal administrative capabilities. The crowded conditions that characterized industrial cities providing perfect camouflage for supernatural predation, while offering access to diverse blood types and genetic variations that could advance research into transformation, mechanisms that had occupied Muzan's attention throughout centuries of systematic experimentation with human subjects whose potential remained largely unexplored through conventional demon creation methods. The scientific advances that accompanied Japan's emergence into the modern world provided new analytical tools and theoretical frameworks that could enhance understanding of physiological processes that govern supernatural ATS transformation, while offering possibilities for systematic improvement of techniques that had been developed through trial and error during earlier periods when empirical observation represented the only available method for evaluating experimental results. The medical knowledge that had begun accumulating through contact with Western scientific traditions offered insights into cellular biology and hereditary factors that might explain why certain individuals proved more suitable for demonic conversion, while others succumbed to blood poisoning that prevented successful transformation regardless of preparation or dosage adjustments. The social mobility that characterized Taisho society enabled supernatural beings to assume identities and positions that had been impossible during more rigid historical periods, as merit-based advancement and commercial success provided legitimate explanations for rapid acquisition of wealth and status that might otherwise have attracted unwanted investigation from authorities whose suspicions could compromise operational security. The anonymity that urban environments provided made it feasible to maintain multiple simultaneous identities, while the complexity of modern bureaucratic systems created opportunities for official documentation that could withstand casual scrutiny while providing legal foundation for business activities that generated resources necessary for supporting expanded supernatural operations. The reports that had begun filtering through Muzan's intelligence networks during the closing years of his first millennium of searching carried descriptions of unusual phenomena that had occurred in mountain regions where traditional families maintained isolation from modernizing influences that characterized urban development, their accounts suggesting supernatural activity that differed qualitatively from normal demonic behavior patterns, while involving individuals whose survival of apparent demon attack challenged established understanding of transformation processes and their typical outcomes. The investigation that he ordered into these anomalous incidents revealed family name that had appeared in historical records associated with sun-breathing techniques, creating immediate recognition of potential connection to lineage that had produced warrior capable of inflicting permanent damage despite supernatural advantages that should have ensured victory in any conceivable confrontation. The Kamado family that occupied remote mountain location far from centers of government activity or commercial development represented perfect target for investigation that could be conducted without risk of interference from authorities, whose response to evidence of supernatural involvement might compromise future operations, while their isolation made systematic observation feasible. Despite enhanced senses and defensive capabilities, that practitioners of advanced breathing techniques might possess. The intelligence gathered through preliminary surveillance indicated continuation of traditional practices that included ritual performances, suggesting preservation of knowledge that had been systematically eliminated from accessible populations through centuries of genocidal campaigns designed to prevent emergence of another warrior whose abilities could threaten demonic supremacy. The decision to personally conduct this investigation reflected recognition that situation required direct involvement rather than delegation to subordinate demons whose capabilities might prove inadequate for dealing with individuals whose bloodline carried genetic potential for developing abilities that had previously demonstrated capacity for inflicting lasting harm. While personal presence would enable immediate response to any threat that might emerge during what was intended to be simple reconnaissance mission that could determine whether systematic elimination would be necessary or whether alternative approaches might prove more beneficial for advancing long-term objectives. The night that he selected for approaching their mountain residence offered optimal conditions for undetected observation, while providing escape routes that would enable rapid withdrawal if circumstances required tactical retreat. The family that he observed through enhanced senses during hours preceding his approach displayed characteristics that confirmed reports about their connection to breathing techniques while revealing domestic harmony that had been absent. From his own experience for centuries, their genuine affection and mutual support, creating psychological environment that stood in stark contrast to isolation and manipulation that characterized his existence despite accumulated power and resources that should have provided superior quality of life. The children whose innocent laughter echoed through mountain air represented possibilities that transformation had eliminated from his own potential future, while the parents, whose obvious devotion to their offspring created family stability that he had never achieved, despite multiple attempts at maintaining human relationships. The decision to inject the entire family with his blood, rather than simply eliminating them, reflected experimental curiosity about whether genetic factors that enabled sun-breathing development might also provide resistance to normal transformation effects, creating possibility for demons whose abilities exceeded anything previously achieved through conventional conversion processes, while potentially providing insights into mechanisms that could enhance his own supernatural capabilities through application of knowledge gained from systematic observation of enhanced subjects. The blood concentration that he employed represented maximum dosage that human physiology had ever been known to survive. His confidence in their potential based on reputation and observed characteristics that suggested constitution superior to normal candidates whose transformation had succeeded with much smaller quantities. The injection process that he conducted with medical precision, learned through centuries of experimentation, proceeded through systematic administration that ensured optimal blood distribution, while minimizing tissue damage that might interfere with transformation mechanisms. His enhanced senses monitoring physiological responses that would indicate whether conversion was proceeding according to expected parameters, or whether unusual reactions might suggest genetic factors were influencing process in ways that had never been previously documented. The efficiency with which he accomplished this procedure reflected extensive experience with human anatomy, while the care that he devoted to technical aspects demonstrated recognition that opportunity for studying subjects with unique characteristics might not present itself again despite continued searching that had occupied entire millennium without producing comparable research possibilities. The immediate aftermath of blood injection revealed responses that differed significantly from normal transformation patterns, as subjects began exhibiting signs of cellular rejection rather than integration that should have characterized successful conversion to demonic nature, their bodies apparently lacking genetic foundations necessary for accommodating supernatural modifications despite bloodline connections that had suggested compatibility with enhanced physiological states. The convulsions that preceded their deaths indicated overwhelming toxic response rather than controlled transformation, their immune systems apparently recognizing demonic blood as lethal poison rather than beneficial enhancement that could enable transcendence of human limitations. The systematic failure of transformation attempts across all family members created immediate recognition that genetic factors governing breathing technique capability were not compatible with demonic conversion, despite theoretical predictions that had suggested such compatibility might exist based on observed similarities between enhanced human abilities and supernatural powers that demons routinely displayed through blood demon art applications. The disappointment that accompanied this realization exceeded simple frustration about experimental failure to encompass recognition that entire investigative approach might have been based on fundamental misunderstanding of relationship between human enhancement and demonic transformation. The cleanup that followed confirmed total elimination of family whose potential had justified personal involvement in what had become systematic extermination, rather than successful recruitment of enhanced demons whose capabilities might have advanced understanding while providing powerful servants whose loyalty could be secured through normal constraint mechanisms. The blood that stained snow around their mountain home provided physical evidence of failed experiment, while their deaths represented conclusion to genetic lineage that had maintained knowledge and capabilities spanning generations of careful preservation and development. The departure that he made from their devastated homestead proceeded without awareness that one family member had survived the systematic poisoning that had claimed all other household residents, as his enhanced senses had detected no vital signs among bodies that lay scattered throughout rooms where domestic happiness had been permanently extinguished through experimental procedures that had proven inadequate for achieving intended objectives. The assumption that complete elimination had been accomplished reflected confidence in blood toxicity levels that had proven universally fatal throughout centuries of transformation attempts, while the thoroughness of his sensory examination had failed to detect signs of life so faint that they fell below thresholds that even supernatural perception could reliably identify. Nezuko Kamado's survival of blood injection that had killed her entire family represented unprecedented achievement in human resistance to demonic transformation, her unique physiology somehow enabling conversion process to proceed, despite genetic factors that had proven universally fatal to other family members, whose deaths had occurred within hours of receiving identical treatment. The transformation that gradually occurred within her unconscious form proceeded through mechanisms that differed qualitatively from normal demon creation, while preserving aspects of human consciousness that conventional conversion eliminated through systematic replacement of original personality, with supernatural instincts focused primarily on predation and self-preservation. The hibernation state that accompanied her gradual conversion enabled cellular reconstruction to proceed at pace that prevented rejection responses, while allowing integration of demonic capabilities with human psychological foundations that remained largely intact despite profound physiological changes that should have eliminated all traces of original identity and moral framework. The extended unconsciousness that characterized this unique transformation process provided protection from environmental factors that might have interfered with delicate balance required for achieving unprecedented combination of supernatural power with retained humanity that violated fundamental assumptions about incompatibility between human nature and demonic existence. The bamboo muzzle that would later prevent her from consuming human flesh during periods when demonic instincts might overcome conscious control represented practical acknowledgement that transformation remained incomplete despite supernatural capabilities that exceeded normal human limitations. Her brother's innovation, reflecting understanding that protection of others required physical constraints that supplemented psychological resistance to predatory urges that conventional demons could never overcome through willpower alone. The sleeping arrangement that concealed her presence from casual observation provided security that would prove essential during adjustment period when discovery might have resulted in elimination by authorities whose response to evidence of supernatural transformation would have prevented opportunity for development that eventually enabled unprecedented cooperation between human and demon. The unintended consequences that emerged from Muzan's failed experiment created circumstances that would eventually contribute to his own destruction. Despite initial appearance of complete success in eliminating potential threats to supernatural supremacy, as Nezuko's survival provided living proof that assumptions about incompatibility between human nature and demonic power were fundamentally flawed, while her brother's dedication to protecting and potentially curing her transformed what should have been simple demon elimination into complex moral challenge that conventional demon slayer doctrine was inadequately prepared to address. The family bonds that survived transformation would prove more powerful than supernatural constraints that had previously ensured absolute loyalty among demonic servants, creating alliance that could challenge organizational foundations while providing tactical advantages that individual human opponents had never possessed. The ripple effects that began spreading from that night of failed experimentation would eventually encompass entire supernatural war that had been waged between human and demon throughout centuries of conflict, as demonstration that demons could retain human consciousness while humans could survive demonic transformation, opened possibilities that neither side had previously considered feasible or desirable. The precedent that Nezuko's existence established would influence strategic decisions and moral frameworks on both sides of conflict, while creating opportunities for cooperation that transcended traditional boundaries between species, whose relationship had been defined by predation and elimination since demonic transformation had first been achieved through medical experimentation centuries earlier. The irony that Muzan's search for perfect demon had instead created perfect weapon for his own eventual destruction remained hidden beneath surface appearances of experimental failure, as immediate disappointment about transformation results concealed longer-term implications that would only become apparent through subsequent events that transformed isolated mountain tragedy into catalyst for changes that would reshape entire supernatural landscape. The seeds of his downfall had been planted through acts that seemed to represent continuation of successful elimination policies. Yet, the survival of single individual whose unique characteristics enabled unprecedented combination of human and demon nature would eventually prove more dangerous to his existence than armies of conventional demon slayers whose abilities remained within parameters that supernatural advantages could overcome through application of superior power and tactical experience. The masquerade that defined Muzan's existence throughout the Taisho era required constant reinvention of identity and social position, as modernizing Japan created both opportunities and dangers for supernatural beings whose continued survival depended on seamless integration into human society that grew increasingly complex and interconnected with each passing year. The documentation and record-keeping that accompanied bureaucratic expansion, making long-term identity maintenance more challenging. while offering new possibilities for acquiring legitimate status within communities whose acceptance could provide perfect camouflage for activities that required extensive human interaction. The wealthy merchant persona that he had perfected during earlier decades of the modern period enabled movement through social circles where information could be gathered while resources could be accumulated without attracting attention that might compromise operational security. His apparent success in commercial ventures providing credible explanation for rapid acquisition of wealth that supported lifestyle and activities whose true purposes remained concealed beneath facade of respectable business practices. The metropolitan environments that had emerged throughout Japan during this period of unprecedented development offered ideal conditions for someone whose supernatural nature required careful concealment, as urban anonymity and social mobility created circumstances where unusual behaviors or physical characteristics could be dismissed as foreign influence or medical conditions, rather than evidence of non-human identity that would have attracted immediate investigation in smaller communities, where individual residents remained subject to constant observation. The complexity of modern social interactions enabled maintenance of multiple simultaneous relationships without creating expectations for intimacy that might reveal aspects of his nature that careful management could keep hidden from casual acquaintances whose curiosity about personal details remained limited by conventional politeness and respect for privacy. That urban culture had begun to value more highly than traditional communal transparency. The business enterprises that provided legitimate cover for his activities required careful attention to maintaining appearances that would satisfy scrutiny from competitors, customers, and government officials whose investigation of unusual success patterns might reveal inconsistencies that could compromise carefully constructed identity. Yet the profits that these operations generated enabled funding of supernatural activities while creating social connections that enhanced intelligence gathering capabilities through access to information networks that extended far beyond what individual surveillance could accomplish. The employees who worked within these commercial ventures remained unaware of their employer's true nature, despite prolonged contact that might have revealed supernatural characteristics to more observant individuals. Their acceptance of his eccentricities, reflecting assumption that wealth and foreign influence could explain behavioral patterns that deviated from normal social expectations. The residential arrangements that he maintained throughout various cities required constant attention to details that could prevent discovery while enabling lifestyle that accommodated supernatural requirements without creating obvious evidence that might alert authorities or curious neighbors, whose investigation could threaten operational security. His selection of properties, reflecting careful analysis of location factors that minimized risk while maximizing convenience for activities that normal humans would never need to consider. The architectural modifications that he implemented within these residences created concealed spaces and escape routes that could be utilized during emergencies, while providing storage for equipment and materials that legitimate businesses could not adequately explain. Their installation requiring trusted contractors whose discretion could be ensured through various means, including financial incentives and supernatural intimidation. The social calendar that governed his participation in community events and business functions demanded careful balance between maintaining visibility that would prevent speculation about reclusive tendencies and avoiding exposure that might create opportunities for detailed observation by individuals whose enhanced perception or investigative instincts could penetrate deceptions that had proven adequate for deceiving less attentive companions. his attendance at gatherings requiring preparation that included contingency planning for various scenarios that might emerge during interactions with people whose backgrounds and capabilities remained largely unknown despite preliminary research into guest lists and social connections that characterized elite circles. The servants and staff members who maintained his households received careful training in procedures that would enable efficient operation while protecting secrets that their employers' continued existence required them to preserve, their loyalty secured through combination of generous compensation and clear understanding of consequences that would result from indiscreet behavior or unauthorized disclosure of information that they might observe during course of their duties. The turnover rate among domestic personnel remained carefully managed to prevent accumulation of institutional knowledge that might enable recognition of patterns whose significance could threaten operational security, while length of service was sufficient to justify trust in individuals whose performance had demonstrated reliability over extended periods. The entertainment that characterized his social life required performance of personality traits and emotional responses that reflected normal human psychology while concealing supernatural characteristics that would have immediately betrayed his true nature to anyone whose experience with demonic behavior could recognize signs that careful observation might reveal despite conscious efforts at maintaining appropriate facade. His conversation and mannerisms, reflecting centuries of practice in mimicking human social conventions, while avoiding topics or reactions that might suggest capabilities or knowledge that exceeded normal parameters for someone whose claimed background and experience provided explanation for observed characteristics. The romantic relationships that he carefully avoided during this period reflected hard-learned lessons about impossibility of maintaining intimate connections without revealing aspects of his nature that no amount of explanation could rationalize within framework of normal human understanding. His previous experiences with marriage having demonstrated conclusively that emotional proximity inevitably led to discovery and tragedy that eliminated both potential companions and operational security, that their destruction could never restore. The polite deflection of romantic interest from individuals whose attraction might otherwise have created opportunities for deeper social integration required delicate handling that preserved relationships while preventing expectations that could not be fulfilled without catastrophic consequences for all parties involved. The encounter with Tanjiro Kamado in the bustling streets of Asakusa occurred during one of his carefully orchestrated family outings that provided perfect cover for supernatural being whose true nature remained concealed beneath. Performance of devoted husband and father whose apparent domestic happiness created ideal camouflage while enabling observation of human social dynamics that could inform future identity, construction, and behavioral modification. The woman and child who accompanied him, serving as unwitting accomplices in deception that had been refined through decades of practice in maintaining human relationships that served operational purposes without creating genuine emotional connections that could compromise tactical flexibility. The scent recognition that triggered immediate awareness of supernatural threat proceeded through olfactory identification that transcended normal human sensory capabilities while providing information that enabled tactical assessment of situation whose complexity exceeded anything that casual encounter should have created. The intensity of focus that accompanied this detection suggesting individual whose enhanced perception posed immediate danger to operational security that had been maintained through careful attention to details that normally prevented such recognition from occurring despite supernatural characteristics that enhanced observation might reveal to sufficiently trained opponents. The Hanafuda earrings that adorned Tanjiro's appearance created visual trigger that activated memories spanning centuries of accumulated trauma and rage, their distinctive pattern immediately evoking recollections of warrior whose abilities had inflicted permanent damage while demonstrating mortality that transformation should have eliminated completely. The psychological impact of this recognition transcending simple surprise to encompass existential terror that challenged fundamental assumptions about invulnerability and superiority that had been constructed around carefully managed self-image. The flashback that accompanied visual identification transported consciousness backward through time toward moments of vulnerability and defeat that had been carefully suppressed through systematic avoidance of reminders that could trigger debilitating emotional responses. The decision to flee, rather than confront potential threat, reflected tactical wisdom that had been acquired through painful experience with opponents whose capabilities exceeded expectations based on appearance or apparent preparation. Yet, the method chosen for creating distraction revealed cruel indifference to innocent human life that had become automatic response to situations where personal security took precedence over moral considerations that might once have influenced decision-making processes. The transformation of random bystander into demon through blood injection that provided tactical advantage while creating chaos sufficient to enable escape demonstrated how completely supernatural nature had corrupted ethical framework that should have prevented such casual sacrifice of human welfare for selfish objectives. The newly created demon whose rampage followed Muzan's hasty departure represented both successful diversion tactic and tragic demonstration of how effortlessly human existence could be destroyed through supernatural intervention that required minimal effort while producing maximum disruption. The innocent civilian's transformation from normal person into predatory monster, occurring within moments that eliminated opportunity for intervention or reversal, that might have prevented tragedy whose consequences would extend far beyond immediate chaos that facilitated escape from dangerous encounter. The crowd's panic and confusion provided perfect conditions for withdrawal while ensuring that pursuit would be delayed or prevented by emergency response requirements that diverted attention toward containing immediate threat rather than tracking fleeing perpetrator whose identity remained unknown to witnesses whose focus was necessarily directed toward more pressing concerns. The carriage journey that followed his escape from Asakusa provided opportunity for reflection on implications of encounter that had demonstrated continued existence of sun-breathing practitioners whose bloodline had survived systematic elimination efforts while developing capabilities that might exceed those of original warrior whose defeat had provided traumatic education in vulnerability that supernatural transformation had failed to eliminate completely. The recognition that his genocidal campaigns had proven inadequate for preventing emergence of new threats, creating anxiety about future encounters that might occur under less favorable circumstances where retreat would not remain feasible. The dismissal of his pseudo-family that concluded their manufactured domestic outing reflected immediate recognition that continued performance of normal relationships would create vulnerabilities that recent encounter had shown could be exploited by enemies, whose enhanced perception could penetrate deceptions that had proven adequate for normal human observation, while their innocent participation in masquerade that served his purposes made them potential targets for retaliation that could compromise operational security while eliminating assets whose value exceeded their potential liability under normal circumstances. The casual manner in which he terminated relationships that had required months of careful construction demonstrated how completely strategic considerations had replaced emotional attachment in decision-making processes that prioritized survival above all other considerations. The alley confrontation that followed shortly after his separation from civilian cover brought him face to face with a group of intoxicated individuals whose reduced inhibitions enabled social interaction that normal circumstances would have prevented. Their inebriated condition, creating opportunity for testing public reaction to supernatural characteristics, while their impaired judgment made them ideal subjects for experiments that sober individuals might have avoided or reported to authorities whose investigation could compromise operational security. The isolation of the location ensured privacy, while urban setting provided explanation for sounds that might emerge from activities that conventional social interaction would never produce. The insults that emerged from the group's leader regarding his pale complexion triggered emotional response that reflected psychological wounds that had never healed despite centuries of accumulated power and experience, as commentary about sickly appearance activated memories of human frailty and medical vulnerability that had motivated original transformation, while highlighting physical characteristics that served as permanent reminders of mortality that supernatural enhancement had failed to eliminate completely. The casual cruelty of drunk man's observation about half-dead appearance struck at core identity issues that had driven centuries of obsessive behavior, while demonstrating how easily strangers could identify aspects of his nature that careful cosmetic management had attempted to conceal from casual observation. The rage that consumed him in response to this mockery transcended rational response to verbal provocation, encompassing existential fury about conditions that had shaped his entire existence, while providing outlet for accumulated frustration about limitations that transformation had failed to address despite promises of perfection that medical treatment had originally appeared to offer. The violence that followed proceeded with systematic efficiency that eliminated witnesses while providing psychological satisfaction that had been absent from carefully controlled interactions that characterized most of his human encounters, their destruction serving both practical security purposes and emotional release that civilized behavior normally prevented from finding appropriate expression. The declaration that accompanied their elimination revealed ongoing psychological investment in achieving perfect physical condition, despite supernatural capabilities that should have rendered such concerns irrelevant. His insistence about approaching perfection rather than accepting sickness, demonstrating how completely original medical trauma had shaped identity that centuries of enhanced existence had failed to modify or resolve. The connection between physical appearance and self-worth that motivated these defensive statements reflected fundamental insecurity that no amount of accumulated power could address, while supernatural transformation had failed to provide psychological healing that had been unconsciously expected to accompany physical enhancement. The summoning of Susamaru and Yahaba that followed this cathartic violence represented delegation of dangerous confrontation to expendable subordinates, whose elimination would not compromise organizational capabilities while enabling systematic evaluation of sun-breathing practitioners' abilities without risking personal exposure to techniques that had previously proven capable of inflicting lasting damage. Their assignment to eliminate Tanjiro providing opportunity to test current threat level while maintaining personal safety through strategic distance from combat, whose outcome remained uncertain despite confidence in their capabilities. The instructions provided to these lower-ranked demons emphasized importance of complete elimination while avoiding specification of methods that might limit their tactical flexibility. The mission parameters, reflecting understanding that opponents whose bloodline carried genetic potential for exceptional abilities required approach that assumed capabilities might exceed normal human limitations despite apparent youth and inexperience that visual assessment had suggested. The resources allocated to support this elimination effort reflected recognition that underestimation had contributed to previous traumatic encounter, while current threat assessment warranted deployment of substantial force despite apparent simplicity of assigned target. The psychological comfort that accompanied delegation of direct confrontation enabled return to normal operational activities, while subordinate demons prosecuted assignment whose successful completion would eliminate immediate threat while providing intelligence about current state of sun breathing. Development among surviving practitioners, their reports potentially revealing whether genetic factors that had enabled original warriors' exceptional abilities remained present within bloodline, or whether centuries of dilution had reduced threat level to manageable parameters, that conventional demon slayer countermeasures could adequately address. The strategic patience that characterized this approach reflected hard-learned lessons about value of information and careful planning over impulsive action that might create vulnerabilities through inadequate preparation or emotional decision-making that could compromise tactical advantages. The failure of this elimination attempt that would eventually be reported through organizational networks represented continuation of pattern that had begun with original encounter, as Tanjiro's survival demonstrated capabilities that exceeded expectations, while his protection of transformed sister suggested moral framework that could complicate conventional approaches to demon elimination through creation of psychological dynamics that standard tactical doctrine was inadequately prepared to address effectively. The aftermath of Rui's defeat beneath the twisted trees of Mount Natagumo had created ripple effects that extended far beyond the immediate tactical victory achieved by demon slayers whose coordination and determination had overcome supernatural advantages that should have ensured demonic success. Yet for Muzan, the loss of Lower Moon 5 represented more than simple operational setback, as it demonstrated growing competence among human opponents whose capabilities were evolving in ways that threatened organizational security, while suggesting systematic improvements in training and coordination that could eventually challenge upper-ranked demons whose elimination would compromise essential operations. The intelligence reports that filtered through supernatural communication networks painted disturbing picture of demon slayer effectiveness that exceeded historical patterns while revealing tactical innovations that had not been documented during previous encounters with human opponents whose abilities had remained predictably limited despite individual variations in skill and dedication. The decision to summon all remaining Lower Moon demons to emergency meeting at the Infinity Castle reflected recognition that current organizational structure might be inadequately designed for addressing threats that were evolving faster than demonic capabilities could adapt to counter them. While the unprecedented nature of this gathering emphasized gravity of situation that required immediate evaluation and potential restructuring to prevent further losses that could cascade into systematic organizational collapse, if not addressed through decisive action. The formal assembly that had not occurred during living memory of most participants created atmosphere of anxiety and anticipation among demons whose survival had depended on avoiding direct contact with supreme authority, whose attention typically preceded elimination rather than advancement or reward. The Infinity Castle that served as venue for this historic meeting represented architectural impossibility that embodied Muzan's complete dominance over reality within spaces that he controlled absolutely, its constantly shifting corridors and chambers, creating environment where normal spatial relationships gave way to supernatural geometry that prevented escape while enabling perfect surveillance of participants whose every thought and emotion remained accessible through telepathic connections that made deception or hidden agendas impossible to maintain. The disorienting effects that accompanied navigation through spaces that defied conventional understanding of physics served psychological purpose by reinforcing helplessness and dependency among demons whose enhanced capabilities proved irrelevant within domain where their creator's will shaped fundamental laws that governed existence itself. The transformation that Muzan employed for this gathering represented first public demonstration of shape-shifting abilities that exceeded anything previously witnessed by subordinates whose knowledge of his capabilities had been limited to accounts of combat prowess and organizational authority. His assumption of feminine appearance, creating visual shock that challenged assumptions while demonstrating power over identity, and physical form that transcended normal concepts of fixed characteristics or permanent attributes. The beauty and elegance that characterized this alternative manifestation served to confuse and disorient observers whose expectations had been shaped by previous encounters, while the perfection of disguise revealed mastery over deception that made his various human identities seem crude by comparison. The psychological impact of witnessing their supreme leader in form that contradicted every previous interaction created cognitive dissonance that undermined confidence while reinforcing themes of unpredictability and absolute power that made resistance seem not only futile, but literally inconceivable within framework of understanding that subordinates possessed about nature of authority and hierarchy. The feminine voice that accompanied visual transformation carried same commanding presence and implicit threats that had characterized previous communications, while the altered physical appearance created uncanny valley effect that made normal social responses impossible to maintain or develop appropriately. The telepathic revelation that accompanied Muzan's examination of assembled demons provided first direct experience with mind-reading capabilities that had previously remained theoretical possibility rather than demonstrated reality. Their sudden awareness that thoughts and emotions were being accessed without consent or ability to resist, creating panic that bordered on existential crisis among individuals whose sense of self had been based on assumption that consciousness remained private despite physical modifications that supernatural transformation had imposed. The casual manner in which their mental contents were reviewed and evaluated demonstrated complete violation of psychological boundaries while revealing memories, fears, and secret resentments that they had assumed were safely concealed from external observation or judgment. The weakness that he detected through systematic mental examination exceeded his worst expectations about lower-rank capabilities and dedication to organizational objectives, as their private thoughts revealed self-serving motivations and cowardly tendencies that made continued investment of resources seem wasteful, while their obvious fear of demon slayer operations suggested psychological fragmentation that would prevent effective performance under pressure that real missions would inevitably create. The disgust that accompanied these revelations transformed what had been intended as performance evaluation into systematic elimination process, as evidence mounted that current personnel were inadequately suited for challenges that modern demon slayer operations presented to supernatural forces. The disbandment announcement that followed this psychological evaluation proceeded with bureaucratic efficiency that treated living beings as organizational resources whose value could be calculated through simple cost-benefit analysis. His explanation of structural changes, emphasizing practical considerations while ignoring emotional impact that termination of positions would create, among demons whose existence had been organized around hierarchical advancement that B provided meaning and motivation for continued service. The decision to maintain only upper-rank operations reflected strategic assessment that quality should take precedence over quantity, while resources previously devoted to supporting ineffective personnel could be redirected toward enhancing capabilities of elite demons whose performance had proven adequate for organizational requirements. The systematic execution that began immediately following organizational restructuring announcement proceeded with methodical precision that eliminated opportunity for appeals or negotiations that might have preserved lives through alternative arrangements or performance improvement programs, each death occurring through techniques that prevented regeneration while demonstrating absolute authority that made resistance seem pointless, even among individuals whose supernatural capabilities should have enabled some form of cool, meaningful opposition. The casual efficiency with which these eliminations were conducted served educational purpose for surviving witnesses while providing psychological satisfaction that came from removing sources of disappointment and frustration that had accumulated through repeated failures and inadequate performance. The escape attempt that one condemned demon made during the execution process provided opportunity to demonstrate pursuit capabilities while reinforcing futility of resistance through example that would discourage similar behavior among future subordinates whose loyalty might waver under pressure, or during periods when organizational demands exceeded personal comfort levels. The brief chase that followed, serving entertainment value while enabling display of speed and determination that made continued service seem preferable to attempted rebellion or flight that could never succeed against opponent whose abilities transcended any reasonable hope of successful resistance. The capture and elimination of the fleeing demon proceeded with inevitable conclusion that had been determined from moment escape was attempted rather than accepted. His death, serving as punctuation mark for lesson about absolute authority, while providing closure to organizational restructuring that had eliminated weak links whose continued existence would have compromised operational effectiveness. The demonstration that geography and distance provided no protection against supernatural pursuit capabilities created lasting impression among observers whose future behavior would be influenced by understanding that submission represented only viable option for continued existence within organizational framework. The selection of Enmu as sole survivor among lower-rank demons reflected careful evaluation of psychological profile and demonstrated capabilities that suggested potential for achieving objectives that had proven beyond reach of eliminated colleagues. His obvious intelligence and creative approach to supernatural abilities, indicating promise that justified investment of additional resources and authority, despite overall disappointment with lower-rank performance that had necessitated systematic elimination. The significant blood infusion that accompanied his promotion represented unprecedented investment in individual subordinate, whose success or failure would determine whether lower-rank positions could be restored or whether organizational structure would remain permanently simplified through elimination of tier that had proven inadequately reliable for essential operations. The mission assignment that accompanied Enmu's elevation to unique status within organizational hierarchy carried importance that exceeded normal demon elimination tasks through targeting of specific individual whose survival represented ongoing threat to supernatural supremacy, while the resources and authority granted to support this assignment reflected recognition that previous failures had resulted from inadequate preparation rather than inherent impossibility of achieving objective through properly planned and executed operations. The Infinity Train that would serve as operational theater provided controlled environment where civilian presence could be manipulated to create tactical advantages, while isolation from external interference would prevent Demon Slayer reinforcement that might complicate mission completion. The psychological warfare techniques that Enmu had demonstrated during previous operations made him ideally suited for assignment that required systematic breaking of mental defenses rather than direct physical confrontation that had proven ineffective against opponents whose combat training had prepared them for conventional supernatural threats. His blood demon art capabilities, enabling approaches that operated beyond normal parameters of Demon Slayer defensive preparation, while creating vulnerabilities that standard countermeasures were inadequately designed to address. The dream manipulation abilities that characterized his supernatural talents offered possibilities for elimination that would appear natural while preventing martyrdom that direct assassination might create among Demon Slayer communities, whose response to obvious supernatural murder could complicate future operations. The authority that accompanied his new position included permission to create additional demons whose capabilities could support mission objectives while providing backup resources that individual operation might require if circumstances developed beyond initial planning parameters. This delegation of creation privileges, representing unprecedented trust, while reflecting recognition that complex operations required flexible response capabilities that rigid organizational structure might not be able to provide through normal command channels. The autonomy that these expanded responsibilities represented came with understanding that failure would result in consequences that exceeded simple elimination through methods that would serve as deterrent example for future subordinates, whose dedication might require reinforcement through demonstration of what inadequate performance could ultimately cost. The timeline that governed mission completion provided sufficient opportunity for systematic approach while creating urgency that would prevent extended delay that might enable targets' capabilities to develop beyond current assessment parameters or allow external factors to interfere with operational security that successful elimination required. His understanding of these constraints reflecting awareness that organizational patience had limits, while individual initiative was expected to overcome obstacles through creative problem solving, rather than requesting additional resources or assistance that might indicate inadequate preparation or commitment to assigned objectives. The pressure that accompanied sole responsibility for mission whose success would determine future organizational structure created motivation that exceeded normal operational requirements while providing opportunity to demonstrate value that could justify continued existence within hierarchy that had proven willing to eliminate ineffective personnel without hesitation or regret. The departure from Infinity Castle that concluded this historic gathering carried weight of organizational transformation, whose implications would influence all future demon operations, while establishing precedent for performance standards that would govern survival of personnel whose continued existence depended on demonstrating value that exceeded cost of maintaining their positions within hierarchy that had been permanently altered through systematic elimination of weakness that had compromised operational effectiveness and strategic objectives. The revelation that would transform Muzan's millennium-long obsession from desperate searching into achievable objective came through the most unexpected of sources, as the cellular connection that bound all demons to their progenitor suddenly carried information that challenged every assumption he had constructed about the impossibility of overcoming his fundamental weakness to sunlight that had defined the parameters of his existence since the night when medical transformation had granted enhanced capabilities while imposing limitations that no amount of accumulated power or knowledge had been able to address through conventional methods. The shock that accompanied this discovery transcended simple surprise to encompass recognition that solution to his primary objective had been developing within reach, while he had continued pursuing alternatives that had consumed centuries of effort without producing meaningful progress toward the perfection that had motivated every significant decision throughout his immortal existence. The source of this unprecedented intelligence came through Huntengu's fragmented consciousness during the final moments of his existence, as Upper Moon 4's destruction triggered automatic information transfer that carried sensory data and memories that had accumulated during his encounter with demons, whose abilities exceeded normal parameters for supernatural warfare. His death throes, broadcasting experiences that included direct observation of phenomenon that had been declared impossible by every theoretical framework that Muzan had developed through centuries of systematic investigation into demon physiology and environmental limitations that appeared to govern all supernatural existence. The dying demon's final transmission contained visual and sensory evidence of Nezuko Kamado standing in direct sunlight without experiencing cellular destruction that should have resulted in immediate elimination, her survival of solar exposure representing fundamental challenge to understanding of demonic nature, while providing proof that theoretical impossibility had somehow been achieved through mechanisms that remained completely mysterious. The initial disbelief that accompanied reception of this impossible information required systematic verification through analysis of sensory data whose authenticity could not be questioned despite content that contradicted fundamental laws that had governed supernatural existence since transformation had first been achieved through medical experimentation in Mountain Clinic centuries earlier. The cellular memories that accompanied Huntengu's death, containing sufficient detail to confirm that observed phenomenon represented genuine survival rather than illusion or temporary protection that might have created false appearance of sun immunity. The enhanced senses that had enabled accurate observation of demon physiology under extreme conditions provided evidence that could not be dismissed, despite implications that challenged core assumptions about limitations that defined supernatural existence while suggesting possibilities that had never been seriously considered, despite theoretical speculation about potential genetic variations. The recognition that Nezuko's unprecedented ability represented solution to problem that had motivated 1,000 years of searching created immediate shift in priorities from abstract investigation toward concrete objective whose achievement would finally enable completion of transformation. That medical interruption had left unfinished her unique physiology offering pathway to perfection that no amount of blue spider lily research could have provided through botanical approaches that had proven systematically inadequate for addressing fundamental weaknesses. The hunger that accompanied this realization transcended normal demonic appetite for human flesh to encompass desperate need for specific individual whose consumption would provide capabilities that could eliminate solar vulnerability, while preserving all enhanced characteristics that supernatural transformation had granted throughout centuries of immortal existence. The strategic implications that emerged from recognition of Nezuko's value required immediate revision of organizational priorities and resource allocation that had been focused on supporting search operations whose objectives had been rendered obsolete through discovery of living solution, whose capture would provide direct access to genetic factors that enabled sun immunity without requiring understanding of mechanisms that had produced such unprecedented development. The Demon Slayer protection that surrounded her created tactical challenge that exceeded normal elimination missions through involvement of opponents whose capabilities had been demonstrated repeatedly, while their emotional investment in her welfare would motivate resistance that transcended normal survival instincts to encompass absolute commitment that would make capture operations extremely dangerous for personnel whose elimination would compromise organizational capabilities. The appointment of Nakime to Upper Moon 4 position represented necessary response to leadership vacancy, while providing access to surveillance capabilities that had proven essential for tracking targets whose movement patterns could not be predicted through conventional analysis of Demon Slayer. Operational procedures. Her blood demon art, offering spatial manipulation and reconnaissance advantages that no other available personnel could provide for missions that required comprehensive intelligence, gathering, and strategic positioning of resources. The promotion process that elevated her from general demon status to elite rank reflected emergency adaptation of organizational structure that prioritized immediate capability requirements over traditional advancement procedures that emphasized sustained performance evaluation and gradual responsibility increase. The tracking assignment that became Nakime's primary responsibility represented unprecedented intelligence operation whose scope exceeded anything previously attempted by supernatural organizations whose surveillance capabilities had been limited to regional coverage through networks of individual operatives whose coordination required extensive communication and logistical support that geographic distribution had made difficult to maintain effectively. Her ability to observe multiple locations simultaneously while providing real-time coordination between separated forces, enabling comprehensive monitoring that could identify patterns and predict future activities with accuracy that individual surveillance could never achieve. The 60% coverage that she managed to establish within remarkably short time frame provided foundation for strategic planning while demonstrating efficiency that exceeded optimistic projections for intelligence gathering capabilities. The systematic identification of Demon Slayer personnel that resulted from enhanced surveillance operations provided comprehensive understanding of organizational structure and individual capabilities that had previously remained largely unknown despite centuries of conflict between human and supernatural forces. The detailed profiles that emerged from systematic observation, enabling tactical planning that could exploit specific weaknesses while avoiding encounters with opponents whose abilities might pose significant threats to demonic operations. The efficiency with which this intelligence gathering proceeded reflected both Nakime's exceptional capabilities and strategic importance of information that could determine outcomes of future confrontations through advanced knowledge that enabled preparation and resource allocation optimized for specific challenges that individual encounters would present. The location data that accumulated through extended surveillance revealed movement patterns and operational procedures that provided insights into Demon Slayer strategic thinking, while identifying vulnerabilities that could be exploited through coordinated attacks that utilize superior intelligence about target locations, schedules, and personnel deployment that human organizations could not match through conventional reconnaissance methods that remained limited by normal sensory capabilities and communication systems. The mapping of safe houses, training facilities, and command centers created comprehensive picture of infrastructure that supported Demon Slayer operations while revealing choke points and critical nodes whose elimination could severely compromise their ability to coordinate effective resistance against supernatural assault that utilized complete understanding of their organizational structure and defensive capabilities. The timeline pressures that accompanied recognition of Nezuko's importance created urgency about capture operations that could not be delayed, while her protection detail continued developing capabilities and coordination that might eventually make successful mission completion impossible. Despite organizational advantages that currently favored supernatural forces, the window of opportunity for achieving primary objective remaining open but potentially closing. As Demon Slayer experience and equipment continued, improving through practical application of knowledge gained during recent confrontations with upper-ranked demons. The strategic calculation that governed mission planning reflected understanding that delayed action could result in missed opportunity whose recurrence might not occur within timeframes that would be acceptable for achieving objectives that had motivated centuries of accumulated effort and resource investment. The Ubuyashiki family location that emerged from extended surveillance represented secondary objective whose achievement would eliminate Demon Slayer leadership while disrupting organizational continuity that enabled coordinated resistance against supernatural operations, their elimination potentially creating chaos and confusion that would facilitate capture of primary target whose protection would be compromised by loss of command structure and strategic coordination that current leadership provided through institutional knowledge and tactical expertise. The ancient bloodline that connected this family to his own origins created personal motivation that supplemented strategic considerations, while offering opportunity to address historical grievances that had accumulated through centuries of conflict between human and supernatural forces. The dual objectives that characterized mission planning required careful coordination of resources and timing that would enable simultaneous operations whose success depended on preventing target warnings and reinforcement deployments that might complicate individual assignments through introduction of variables that could not be adequately predicted or countered through available intelligence about Demon Slayer capabilities and response procedures. The complexity of coordinated assault exceeding anything previously attempted by supernatural organizations whose operations had typically focused on individual targets or isolated encounters rather than comprehensive campaigns designed to achieve multiple objectives through synchronized action. The intelligence network that supported these expanded operational requirements had grown beyond simple surveillance toward comprehensive infiltration of human society that enabled monitoring of communication channels, supply networks, and political developments that might affect supernatural activities while providing early warning of threats or opportunities that conventional observation might overlook or inadequately assess for strategic importance. The human agents whose cooperation had been secured through various means, including financial incentives, blackmail, and supernatural coercion, created information-gathering capabilities that supplemented demonic surveillance while providing access to social circles and official channels that supernatural operatives could not penetrate without risking exposure or elimination. The preparation phase that preceded final assault operations required systematic evaluation of available resources and personnel whose capabilities would determine mission success or failure through individual performance under extreme conditions that would test training, loyalty, and tactical flexibility that complex operations demanded from participants whose survival might depend on adaptation to changing circumstances that could not be completely anticipated through advanced planning. Despite comprehensive intelligence that provided foundation for strategic decision-making and resource allocation that optimized probability of achieving primary objectives, the psychological state that accompanied recognition of approaching conclusion to millennium-long quest created mixture of anticipation and anxiety that reflected awareness that failure would eliminate possibility of achieving perfection through methods that had consumed entire immortal existence, while success would finally enable transcendence of limitations that had defined parameters of supernatural existence since transformation had first been achieved through interrupted medical treatment whose completion had been prevented by circumstances beyond conscious control. The emotional investment that had accumulated through centuries of dedicated effort created pressure that exceeded normal operational stress, while providing motivation that could sustain unprecedented levels of commitment and resource. Expenditure that mission requirements would demand from organizational leadership, whose personal involvement would be necessary for ensuring optimal coordination and tactical flexibility. The convergence of circumstances that had finally brought ultimate objective within achievable range represented validation of strategic patience and systematic preparation that had characterized approach to long-term goals despite repeated setbacks and disappointments that might have discouraged less determined individuals whose commitment to perfection had proven inadequate for sustaining effort across temporal scales that exceeded normal human comprehension. The culmination of centuries-long campaign approaching conclusion whose outcome would determine whether transformation from human to demon had ultimately provided pathway to transcendence or merely extended existence whose fundamental limitations remained unchanged despite accumulated power and knowledge that supernatural enhancement had enabled throughout immortal lifespan that was approaching its most critical phase. The confrontation that would determine the fate of both human and supernatural civilizations began with Muzan's arrival at the Ubuyashiki mansion during twilight hours, when shadows lengthened across carefully tended gardens that had witnessed generations of demon slayer leadership, their peaceful beauty serving as stark contrast to violence that would soon transform this sanctuary into battlefield, where centuries of accumulated hatred would finally reach their inevitable conclusion through direct encounter between opposing forces whose conflict had shaped the hidden history of Japan throughout endless cycles of predation and resistance. The estate that had served as headquarters for Demon Slayer operations represented everything that Muzan had worked to destroy throughout his immortal existence. Its traditional architecture and serene atmosphere, embodying human values of protection and sacrifice that stood in absolute opposition to supernatural philosophy that prioritized individual power over collective welfare, while viewing compassion as weakness that enabled exploitation by superior beings whose enhanced capabilities justified dominance over inferior species. The meeting between Kagaya Ubuyashiki and the Demon King, who had defined the parameters of supernatural warfare for over a millennium, proceeded with civilized formality that concealed depths of mutual understanding about stakes involved in their final encounter. Both participants recognizing that conversation served primarily ceremonial function, while real communication occurred through subtext that acknowledged shared history and inevitable outcome that diplomatic discussion could not alter or prevent despite surface politeness that characterized their exchange. The frail human whose physical condition reflected genetic curse that had weakened his bloodline while strengthening their spiritual dedication to demon elimination, faced immortal adversary whose perfect health had been purchased through corruption that had transformed healing medicine into source of eternal damnation for countless innocent victims whose suffering had enabled his continued existence. The revelation of family connection that bound Ubuyashiki and Kibutsuji bloodlines through shared ancestry created recognition of fundamental irony that had shaped their conflict throughout centuries of warfare. as Demon Slayer leadership had emerged from same genetic foundation that had produced progenitor of all supernatural evil, whose existence had cursed both lineages through consequences that transcended individual choices to encompass hereditary responsibility for addressing supernatural threat that family member had unleashed upon human civilization. The curse that had shortened Ubuyashiki lifespans while granting spiritual sensitivity that enabled effective Demon Slayer leadership represented balance between punishment and capability that had been established through forces beyond human understanding, yet accepted without resentment by generations whose sacrifice had protected innocent people from predation that would otherwise have consumed entire populations. The mockery that Muzan directed toward Kagaya's physical appearance reflected psychological need to diminish opponent whose moral authority challenged supernatural superiority through demonstration that enhanced capabilities provided no protection against spiritual condemnation that transcended physical limitations, while his references to corpse-like appearance revealed unconscious recognition of mortality that his own transformation had been designed to overcome, yet never completely eliminated from psychological framework that remained haunted by original medical vulnerability. The insults that accompanied his assessment served defensive function against influence that human dignity could exert, even in face of overwhelming supernatural advantages, their cruelty compensating for discomfort that genuine nobility could create within consciousness that had been systematically corrupted through centuries of predatory behavior. The explanation that Kagaya provided about family curse created context for understanding how supernatural evil could create consequences that extended across generations while establishing moral framework that attributed responsibility for addressing problems to those whose bloodline had contributed to their creation. His calm acceptance of shortened lifespan reflecting understanding that personal sacrifice served larger purpose, while his family's dedication represented attempt to restore balance that had been disrupted through actions of ancestor, whose transformation had initiated cycle of violence that could only be concluded through complete elimination of supernatural threat that his existence represented. The dignity that characterized his response to verbal abuse demonstrated strength that no amount of physical enhancement could match, while his composure revealed preparation for conclusion that would enable final service to humanity, despite personal cost that such dedication would inevitably require. The dismissal of curse implications that Muzan offered reflected psychological defense against recognition of accountability that transcended immediate actions to encompass systemic consequences of choices that had been made throughout immortal existence. His denial of punishment or justice representing attempt to maintain self-image that portrayed supernatural transformation as enhancement rather than corruption, while avoiding confrontation with accumulated evidence of harm that his continued existence had inflicted upon innocent victims whose suffering provided foundation for capabilities that he celebrated as achievement rather than acknowledging as symptom of moral degradation. The rationalization that accompanied his rejection of cosmic justice revealed internal conflict between power that enabled denial and awareness that no amount of enhancement could eliminate truth about destructive impact that his choices had created throughout centuries of predatory behavior. The prophecy that Kagaya delivered about consequences of his death reflected strategic understanding that individual sacrifice could provide inspiration that would multiply effectiveness of surviving demon slayers whose emotional investment in leadership would transform grief into determination that exceeded normal human capabilities through spiritual transcendence that supernatural power could not counter or comprehend. His calm prediction of enhanced resistance revealing confidence in principles that made death meaningful, while ensuring that personal sacrifice would contribute to collective victory that individual survival could never achieve. The psychological warfare that characterized this final exchange demonstrated how moral authority could provide weapons that physical enhancement could not defeat, while establishing framework for understanding final battle that would determine whether human values or supernatural power would shape future of both species. The attack that Muzan launched in response to this prophecy proceeded with devastating efficiency that should have eliminated threat before protective measures could be activated. Yet his assault triggered explosive destruction that had been carefully prepared. As final strategic gambit designed to inflict maximum damage, while ensuring that Demon Slayer operations could continue despite loss of leadership that enemy elimination would create. The mansion's destruction representing calculated sacrifice that exchanged individual lives for tactical advantage that might enable ultimate victory through methods that conventional warfare could never have achieved. The blast that consumed building and its occupants created tactical situation where supernatural regeneration became liability rather than advantage, as debris and fire prevented immediate escape while inflicting damage that required extended recovery period, during which additional threats would emerge to exploit temporary vulnerability. The spike traps that had been incorporated into explosive device design demonstrated comprehensive understanding of demon physiology, while providing evidence that human ingenuity could overcome supernatural advantages through systematic analysis of weaknesses that enhanced capabilities could not eliminate despite defensive mechanisms that normal weapons could not penetrate. Their placement and design reflecting knowledge that regenerative processes required cellular integrity that could be disrupted through sustained damage that prevented normal healing from restoring complete function. The pain that accompanied multiple penetration wounds created distraction that compromised tactical awareness, while the continued tissue damage interfered with concentration that blood demon art applications required for optimal effectiveness against opponents whose preparation had anticipated supernatural responses and developed countermeasures accordingly. The flesh seeds that appeared around Muzan's damaged form represented blood demon art that operated through mechanisms designed to immobilize opponents whose supernatural capabilities exceeded normal restraint methods, while demonstrating coordination between surviving Demon Slayer operatives whose systematic preparation had included contingency plans for various scenarios that might emerge during final confrontation. Their effectiveness reflecting understanding of how supernatural abilities functioned while exploiting limitations that careful study had revealed. Despite appearance of invulnerability that demonic transformation typically provided, the binding effects that prevented movement while maintaining consciousness enabled systematic application of additional constraints while creating opportunity for deployment of ultimate weapons that required precise positioning and timing that mobile opponents could have avoided through enhanced speed and tactical flexibility. The appearance of Tamayo during this critical moment represented culmination of decades-long preparation for revenge that had been carefully concealed through performance of submission while secretly developing capabilities and knowledge that could contribute to final victory over tyrant whose domination had destroyed everything she had valued throughout human existence. Her survival and continued resistance, demonstrating that loyalty could not be permanently secured through coercion when fundamental values remained intact, despite supernatural modifications that were designed to eliminate moral framework that enabled opposition to absolute authority. The medicine that she had developed through systematic study of demon physiology represented synthesis of medical knowledge with intimate understanding of transformation mechanisms that had been acquired through forced participation in experiments that had provided educational foundation for revenge that would finally enable justice for countless victims whose suffering had been ignored or dismissed by Predator, whose power had seemed to place him beyond reach of accountability. The injection that she accomplished through direct contact represented ultimate expression of healing arts that had been perverted into weapon, whose effects would operate through same cellular mechanisms that had enabled supernatural enhancement, while reversing processes that had granted immortality through restoration of human limitations that original transformation had been designed to overcome permanently. Her final act of medical intervention serving to correct mistake that experimental treatment had created through ignorance of consequences that such enhancement would ultimately produce. The 4-part poison that entered his system represented comprehensive approach to supernatural elimination that addressed multiple aspects of demonic physiology while preventing adaptive responses that might enable survival through methods that had been developed during previous encounters with human opponents whose limited understanding had enabled defensive countermeasures. The humanization compound that formed first component of her revenge represented attempt to restore original humanity that had been systematically destroyed through centuries of predatory behavior while forcing confrontation with moral framework that supernatural transformation had been designed to eliminate through enhancement that prioritized power over ethical considerations. The cellular changes that would accompany successful treatment, creating psychological pressure that enhanced capabilities had been employed to avoid throughout immortal existence. The aging acceleration that characterized second poison element sought to compress temporal consequences of immortal existence into manageable time frame that would enable justice to operate within parameters that normal lifespan could accommodate. His enhanced longevity becoming liability that magnified effects of accumulated damage while preventing escape through simple temporal endurance. The cellular weakening that third component would create addressed regenerative capabilities that had enabled survival of encounters that should have proven fatal, while reducing physical advantages that had made direct confrontation impossible for human opponents, whose conventional weapons could not inflict lasting damage against supernatural physiology that could recover from injuries that would have eliminated normal beings. The systematic reduction of enhanced characteristics, leveling battlefield conditions that would enable mortal weapons to achieve effects that had previously required specialized techniques or exceptional individual capabilities. The cellular destruction that final poison element would accomplish sought to eliminate fundamental mechanisms that enabled supernatural existence, while ensuring that death would occur through natural processes rather than external violence that might enable martyrdom or transformation of elimination into rallying symbol for surviving demons whose resistance could complicate transition to human-dominated society. The absorption of Tamayo that followed her successful injection represented desperate attempt to neutralize medical intervention while gaining access to knowledge and capabilities that her development had achieved through decades of secret preparation. Yet the consumption process enabled poison distribution throughout his cellular structure, while providing opportunity for final communications that revealed full scope of treatment that would ensure his eventual destruction regardless of immediate tactical advantages that her elimination might provide. The medical expertise that had enabled creation of comprehensive poison ensured that absorption could not prevent therapeutic effects, whose operation had been designed to resist supernatural countermeasures, while the dying practitioner's final words provided psychological framework that would influence his understanding of approaching defeat. The battle that erupted following Tomeo's sacrifice brought together all surviving Hashira, whose capabilities represented pinnacle of human achievement in supernatural warfare, while their coordination demonstrated tactical sophistication that had been developed through extensive training and practical experience with upper-ranked demons, whose elimination had provided educational foundation for confronting ultimate enemy, whose power exceeded anything they had previously encountered. Their systematic approach, reflecting understanding that individual excellence would prove inadequate against opponent, whose centuries of combat experience had been supplemented by capabilities that transcended normal parameters for supernatural enhancement. The Water Hashira, whose previous encounter had enabled Muzan's recognition of vulnerability, approached combat with knowledge gained through direct experience, while other pillars contributed specialized techniques that had been refined through dedication that exceeded normal human commitment to achieving excellence in disciplines whose mastery required spiritual as well as physical development. The coordinated assault that opened their engagement utilized complementary breathing techniques whose effects could be combined to overcome defensive capabilities that individual attacks could not penetrate, despite enhanced power that characterize Hashira-level abilities. Their tactical cooperation, reflecting months of preparation and strategic planning that had anticipated various scenarios while developing responses that could adapt to changing conditions that final battle would inevitably create through unpredictable interactions between human technique and supernatural capability. The systematic application of multiple breathing styles created sensory overload that compromised Muzan's ability to process tactical information while inflicting damage that exceeded regenerative capacity through sustained assault that prevented recovery cycles from restoring complete functionality. The appearance of Tanjiro during critical phase of combat brought unique capabilities that supplemented Hashira techniques while providing access to sun-breathing applications that carried specific effectiveness against Demon King, whose traumatic memories of original encounter with such abilities created psychological vulnerability that enhanced physical damage through emotional impact that transcended simple tactical advantage, his presence representing living connection to source of greatest defeat that Muzan had experienced throughout immortal existence, while demonstrating continued existence of bloodline whose elimination had been primary objective throughout centuries of systematic genocide that had proven inadequate for preventing emergence of new practitioners whose abilities could challenge supernatural supremacy. And so we reach the twilight of our journey through the labyrinthine corridors of Muzan Kibutsuji's 1,000-year existence, where every shadow held memory, and every memory bore the weight of accumulated cruelty that had shaped not only his own immortal suffering, but the countless lives that had been extinguished to fuel his desperate quest for an impossible perfection. The Demon King, whose story began with a frail child's struggle against mortality, became monument to how fear of death could corrupt healing into horror, transforming medical salvation into eternal damnation that consumed not only the recipient, but generations of innocent souls, whose only crime was existing within reach of predator, whose hunger could never be satisfied through any amount of conquest or consumption. The irony that defined his final moments revealed truth that had remained hidden throughout centuries of accumulated power and knowledge, as the perfection he had sought through domination over others could only be achieved through acceptance of humanity that his transformation had systematically destroyed, while the weakness he had fled from birth had been strength that could have provided meaning beyond simple survival. If compassion had been chosen over conquest, when medical miracle had offered choice between transcendence and corruption. Sleep now, gentle traveler, knowing that even the darkest nights must yield to dawn, and let the rhythm of your breathing carry away the echoes of ancient malice, while dreams restore the peace that every soul deserves despite the shadows that may gather in forgotten corners of memory and time.